This is a remarkable afternoon for me, seated here this a Sunday afternoon at the home of a friend with Daniel Ellsberg, Tony Russo, Ekbel Ahmad, and Tony Lucas, who was a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist in the New York Times. Daniel Ellsberg, your name is known to quite a few Americans these days. Where do we begin? You let the country and the world know about something known as the Pentagon Papers.
We could begin when I met Tony, I guess. The first week I got to Saigon in 1965. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I
Tony?
remember. Yeah.
At the Rand office.
What would you describe your capacity when you got to Saigon? What were you doing?
I was there in the State Department. I'd volunteered to go out with General Lansdale, who had a fairly vaguely defined job to work with political development in Vietnam, and didn't really get to do that particularly, so I ended up looking at the pacification program in the field and traveling around Saigon a great deal. Meanwhile, Tony had been there before I arrived, working for the Rand Corporation, doing interviews of Vietnam prisoners and defectors. So because I'd worked for Rand before I went with the Defense Department and then the State Department, I went over to the Rand office soon after I got to Saigon to get filled in. And I remember years ago, you recall that meeting to me, Tony. What do you remember of it now?
I remember that it was an afternoon, and I was the only person in the Rand office at the time, and this fella came to the door, and he knocked and said, "Hi, is this the Rand office?" I said, "Sure, come in, have a seat, make yourself at home." And he said, "My name's Daniel Ellsberg," and I said, "Hi, I'm Tony Russo." And we sat down and started talking, and he said, "I've just gotten into town, and tell me what's happening here." And so I began to talk, and this guy pulls out a notebook and he starts writing furiously. I said, "Who is this freak? I mean, what is it with As I was later to find out, this freak was Daniel Ellsberg, and he had a thirst for information, knowledge. He always wanted to know what was going on. He was always compiling information. He was always... At times when I was satisfied and thought I understood a situation, he was still butting his head up against it. The first time I didn't see that much of Dan in Vietnam. He came by. I don't know why I'm saying he. You're sitting right here. But you remember, you came by the house several times. I guess I saw you about once every 3 months or so for that year, because I remember you were traveling around a lot, and I traveled around a lot, and it was very seldom that we would meet.
What was the work you were doing? Dan Ellsberg at a moment was touching upon it. What was the work you were working for the United States?
Yes, I think it really began in 1961 when I became interested in defense policy, and I became very interested in the Vietnam situation because I was in graduate school at Princeton, and I had friends who were from France, who were from Algeria, and at that point, people were we were really becoming aware of our presence in Vietnam. After all these years, the profile, to use a much maligned word nowadays, but our presence was just becoming known. General Taylor had just been there on his mission. He had come back with his recommendations to President Kennedy, and it was beginning to hit the newspapers, stories of helicopters bombing. Our presence there was becoming known, and it became a topic at the graduate college in Princeton. So my French friends told me, they said, well, they were appalled at how the United States had not learned from the presence of the French there. They were absolutely appalled. And in talking with them, I began to get a sense of what was going on. So I became myself kind of confused, kind of really, I guess I'd have to use the word obsessed. I began to think about Vietnam a lot. And of course, this was parallel with my interest in defense policy, so I became very interested, and I became, I don't know, afraid because of the sense of the situation that my friends from France and from Algeria had imparted to me, and I became very afraid. So that's when I became interested in Vietnam, and I wanted to go there. I tried to talk up Vietnam around the Woodrow Wilson School, which is the School of Public and International Affairs, and people there were interested somewhat, but they would say things like, well, you know, Southeast Asia, for years nobody can understand it, and it's a circus, and it's kind of funny, and it's like Catch-22, and they'd make light of it, and I couldn't stand this. I would become incensed, and I got turned off, and I stopped talking to people about it, but I continued reading, and I said, well, yeah, I want to go there and see what's going on, and I began to look for different ways to go there, and, well, the Rand Corporation looked like a good way to go because, in addition to Vietnam, I was interested in defense policy in general because I grew up in the 50s when we had this terrible awareness of the delicate balance of terror.
Suppose you explain, was it Rand? We think of Rand as involving intellectuals and men who are technicians and specialists. What's their work? What's the work of Rand people?
Gee, I'd have to answer that very differently now than if you'd asked me in years ago. I worked for their... And, you know, I haven't said much about Rand because I've caused Rand a lot of trouble. A lot of it undeserved. They're sort of a scapegoat. Secretary of Defense Laird came down on them as a scapegoat for the breaches in their system of secrecy. I think I could give Secretary Laird, I guess, a list of cases when, in the course of my daily work, I had to Xerox material in his suite of offices and bring it back, and I can say it was a lot easier than doing it at Rand, which would have been impossible.
I was thinking of Rand itself, but the nature of how brilliant young men or old men are working these days, or have been working in the past, involving American adventures in other lands.
There's a class of organizations like Rand, but I was going to go on to mention that after talking to Tony the last 2 days since he was out of jail, one image has come through to me so powerfully from what he's been saying that I think it is worth passing on, and my old colleagues at Rand might well reflect on it. As Tony tells me one anecdote after another, and we haven't had too much time, of his 47 days in jail, so many analogies of parts of our society come through with jails that I'm beginning to see these everywhere. And his description to me of the role of the informer in the jail struck me immediately as analogous to the incentives and the character system and the whole point of view of a number of intellectuals that I've known in my life who serve the government and who see themselves really, some proudly and some less proudly, as spending their lives giving useful information to men in power. As long as you're convinced that the men in power are serving humanity in one way or another, that can be a proud occupation, and that's the way I felt about it when I worked for Rand. But of course, as we come into an era at the end of the 60s and the early 70s when one is more and more conscious that both at home and abroad the men in power have been corrupted by their power, being men, I think these thinkers, researchers, analysts, intellectuals who are performing this role must be on the way to becoming conscious that they are serving illegitimate purposes from a social, humane point of view, and that they are in the role, basically, of informers in a prison.
I'm very interested in getting Dan's and Tony's reaction to this, because these two persons are unique in the sense that they have experienced and and been for years very close to the seats of power in this country. And today, by their own choice, they are in the same situation as I am, namely a member of the powerless majority of mankind.
I don't feel powerless. I don't know about Tony.
Essentially, what I am saying is that how does the public look from the seats of power when you were working for the Pentagon or the State Department as a White House consultant? How do those people view the public, as also evidenced in the Pentagon Papers? And how does it feel now? Maybe the expression powerlessness of humanity was a wrong one from your point of view.
I think,
But how does it look now as a member of the public who is in jeopardy for essentially an act of resistance against the war? How do the seats of power look to you now? And has there been any change in your perceptions of the institutions that wield power in this country and their relationship to the public at large?
Well, I've been more and more conscious of how many people feel powerless in this country. And I suspect increasingly it's because they've been told they're powerless for a long time, all their lives.
they've bought it.
And they bought it. But they're indoctrinated along these lines by people who protect their own power that way. Because there's two parts to that message that they hear. One part is by yourself, you're powerless. And the other side is, but if you join up, then you can at least share in this power. You can plug in and hook in. The power will flow through you. At least you'll be part of it. You, as an individual mote in this organism, are nothing, and you're still nothing, even when you're part of it. But at least you're entitled to identify with this enormous engine that you're in. But that double notion has a very great coercive effect in itself.
Yes.
It makes people terrified of the idea of being cut off from that machine, which is something that I see all the time. It's a kind of fear, a social control, that does not merely mean I'm going to have trouble finding a job if I lose this one, or what will my friends say, or some rationally expressed inconveniences or problems like that, but an emotional, vague gut fear, horror at the idea of cutting yourself off or being cut off.
Can I suggest this incident? I remember this cab driver was driving me. We started a conversation on this very point that Dan Ellsberg, Tony Russo, and Nick Bellama are making. And his life was obviously pretty wretched, rough life. He says, by God, we got to win, because we got to be number one. We being the government, the United States. We've got to be number one. He's number one because he is number nothing.
That's it. I see this set of attitudes forms a kind of stable society, but stable in a particular way, which gives power to particular people. This is the way I increasingly see it. If you were to ask, you asked me how I see RAND now, I've been in no communication with anyone from RAND. On my part, I didn't want to entangle them unnecessarily. On their part, not one person at RAND, where I worked 9 years, of the 500 professionals, has sent me a postcard or a telephone call. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm sure that a number of them are very angry at me, but I'm sure a number of them are sympathetic. My inference is that they're afraid to be in any kind of communication with me.
So it's fear then. You mentioned anger, but they're also afraid.
They're afraid, I think, even to express their anger in such a way that they'd have to admit they were in any kind of communication with me. And if you ask me how my guess is that they see me, this is a guess, but it's based on some past experience, and I'm fairly sure that I have a feeling that a lot of them see me with a kind of horror, not just anger, but with an awe of a sort that you'd have for an astronaut that stepped out of that capsule and cut his umbilical cord and just floated off into space and had become weightless and was drifting in a black void because he'd cut himself off from the capsule and from NASA and the U.S. government and the U.S. budget that supports that entire system. No salary, no mama, no papa. But it isn't just that, it's not material at all. He has become nothing. He's become part of a vast nothingness. And this isn't the kind of idea that you know when you're 4 years old. Maybe you do. I think 4-year-olds do have fantasies like that, and that's just what the men in power are speaking to. Those 4-year-old fantasies, or maybe 1-year-old fantasies of what the world would be like when the mother went away, and the mother is the U.S. executive branch.
Well, this directly sort of raises a question. Maybe you could elaborate on the point that you are just now making, Dan. That is, in France during the Algerian War, there were several government officials and several generals, like General Labordière, who opposed the policies of the French government in Algeria, and when they failed to make their dissent operative inside the government, they quickly took the road of informing the public about the nature of those policies and their dissent against it. In other words, they resigned and took to the public platform. The same thing constantly happens in England among public officials. A very good example is Anthony Nutting resigned within 3 days of the Suez invasion because he disagreed with the policies of the British government. What is very interesting about the United States executive branch is that large numbers of people like George Ball, who claim that they have opposed the policies of the government, yet never resigned or never deemed it necessary to inform the public, either through the Congress or through the press, on how hopeless the executive branch had become in listening to dissenting points of views on a war that was essentially legal and constitutional. Now, the question I'm interested in having is really a very personal statement from you. I mean, after all, you served the Pentagon or the government in the executive branch of the government in very important capacity, directly on the question of the war in Vietnam. And it took you literally 13 years or so to take the road of dissenting in public by making the Pentagon Papers available. The question is, what are the compulsions in your executive branch of the government against a public official like yourself informing the public or taking the road to public dissent when internal dissent fails to achieve results?
Well, there's undoubtedly a whole collection of rational reasons, some of them quite valid as far as they go. And what I'm suggesting is I have no doubt many less rational, many more emotional and ill-formed inhibitions too that keep you into it. One is this notion, of course, not only, I often say dating from World War II, but surely from earlier than that, from the period you write about, the Depression, when one came to think of the executive branch as Papa, basically, as the weapon of a very humane and trusted man, FDR, who would get us out of our troubles. And to work for him was to work for the man who had the answer, if there was one. Then about the time when some faith might have been failing, I have a feeling, in the New Deal, because it was not solving the problems. As a matter of fact, war came to solve our problems, and war seemed to provide the complete rationale for an all-powerful executive branch. And in the war, there was no obvious role for Congress that people saw, although Congress was largely discredited in many ways for the role they'd taken earlier. The press were a tool of the executive branch, and everybody went to work, which was very satisfying at last, and they went to work to win a war. They associated working, living a reasonable material life, and being meaningful at last, after these horrible years of the Depression, with participating in a massive effort against the foreign enemy under an almost all-powerful president. So those are the memories that we bring out of the 30s and the 40s. Those are so ingrained in those of us who were kids in the Depression and grew up during the war, and of the elder, slightly older people who were junior officers in World War II and inherited the government in the 60s, that you just take it for granted that the executive branch, serving the president, is the only game in town if you want to serve the country, if you want to serve world peace. It may have its faults, it may be going in a wrong direction at a particular time, but what is there to do but to try from the inside to improve it, to move it in the right direction? So all that's rational. Now, and the passivity of Congress and the courts when it comes to the war, for example, and the press does not encourage you to go and try to influence things from that direction. The congressmen whose life it is are making no effective effort to move things from there. So why would you leave the executive branch where you have access to the powerful men and go speak to men who have no power and don't aspire to power over in Congress or the press or the courts or anywhere else? So that's why you stay in. Now you ask, then how does that affect your willingness to speak to the public? Very simply, high up in the executive branch, that to say a wrong word to the wrong person, not just a member of the public, and God knows we're not talking about talking to Russians now or Chinese, that's no worry, but the wrong word to someone in Congress who might control the budget, let's say, or to press, a columnist who might write the right thing, is to be cut off immediately from the flow of secret information, from the meetings where the important decisions are made, from access to the men who can promote you and put you on new projects, and who you want to influence if you have ideals or projects of your own that you want to see promoted. That will happen instantly. It's not a matter of being fired. It will happen within the hour that it's discovered that you have talked to the wrong person. And your life will change in that respect. Your ability to work good, if you want to see it that way, will change. But, and certainly your job prospects will change a great deal, all without being fired. So it's not the prospect of prison that keeps people in line at all. That's never even in their minds. It's the simple prospect of
It's okay.
being cut off from what you may be trying to achieve, and also from your job prospects. But I think that.
In very simple phrase then, Dan, would you agree that this inhibition of public officials or in the executive branch of the government against speaking out to the public, is this inhibition, in other words, function essentially of the failure of the system of checks and balances in this country as it was conceived by the founding fathers or the Constitution?
Well, it represents years and years of failure. Yes, and these other functions have in many ways almost atrophied. They no longer see themselves as having a part or as having power, and I have heard senior senators describe to me their powerlessness. Now, remember, I mentioned, by the way, that part of that reflects indoctrination by other people, but also there's a very self-serving aspect to the image of powerlessness because it relieves you of responsibility.
That's right.
And in fact, the very time when you'd see that would be the senator who's telling you why he hasn't bothered to filibuster, why he has not bothered to vote against defense appropriations. He says, we're powerless, we don't run this war, which is to say, don't blame me, I'm not responsible.
For years, intellectuals at cocktail parties have talked about the alienated individual, and it's been fashionable to talk about the man in the ghetto as being alienated. Well, alienated from what? By what? The point is that there are many different kinds of alienation. Groups can be alienated from one another. People can be alienated from one another as individuals, and the individual can be alienated from his own humanity, you see? And I think that the latter situation is the thing that perils us more than anything else. And I think that that is the thing, that is precisely the situation in which the elite in this country, our leaders, for years have suffered from, for many years.
Okay, let's return to our leaders again then, because I want to ask one last question really, and of both of you, and that is a question of how do the lessons of the Pentagon Papers relate to the policies of the Nixon administration. It seems to me that the lessons of the Pentagon Papers at the very least are one, that the United States government carried on a war for 25 years or so without telling the truth about the war to the American public, either through their representatives or through their press. Two, that this war was carried out without any reference or much concern for the costs of this war to the people of Indochina. Three, that carrying out this war involved a massive manipulation and management of public opinion on the part of the executive branch of the government. Now, the Nixon administration claims that the Pentagon Papers are a historical document that refer to the conduct of previous administration and not that of the Nixon administration, which is winding down the war. Now, would you agree with that claim of President Nixon? Or do you feel, Daniel Ellsberg and Tony Russo, that the lessons of the Pentagon Papers apply also to the conduct of the war under the present regime of Mr. Nixon?
Well, that's so obvious that I think the answer is contained in the behavior of the Nixon administration when the Pentagon Papers began to be revealed. Obviously, the desperation, in a way, of using absolutely unprecedented legal maneuvers in the form of a prior injunction against newspapers, which had not only not been done in our 200 years of history, but for generations, if ever, in the English common law history that preceded our Constitution. If you ask why they did this, in part it was a reflex. It may not have reflected too profound a notion, since I think this administration has a very loose grasp on what the principles of the Constitution are, or what they're for. But beyond that, there was, I think, some desperation, and it was that when they finally took those documents out of the safe after they began appearing in the New York Times, and they began looking at what was to come, they saw that it was the inescapable conclusion that any reader would draw was that the same patterns to be found in the four administrations recorded in that history could obviously be seen by any intelligent reader in the current administration as one read the newspapers. And they were to be understood in the same way. The Nixon administration did not want to be understood in that way correctly, as following these same policies that had already persisted for 20 years. Another lesson, of course, as you say, of the Pentagon Papers is the role that secrecy has played as an essential pillar of a policy that could never in any one of those years have been defended successfully to the American people if the administration had been honest about its own expectations, its own facts, and its own intentions. That policy continued. It was no more potentially popular, honestly described, than it had ever been. The Nixon administration saw that the system of secrecy that had served this function for 20 years was now endangered by the release of the papers. And even if they had not felt threatened by the substance of what was to be revealed, and as I've already said, I'm sure they were threatened by it, as it clearly applied to them, I think the administration would still have felt called on to try desperately to plug this breach in the cloak of invisibility, which it still needed, like its predecessors, to carry on this war. So I think, in other words, Nixon and Mitchell's and Agnew's own sense of the continuity of policy, of the policy revealed in the Pentagon Papers, is revealed strongly in their whole behavior, in their pursuit of this case, in their pursuit of the papers, their attempt to hide it.
There's something. Yes.
I would like to sort of ask a very personal question now of Dan Ellsberg particularly, and that is, since I had been interested in his personal and rather unique road that he took of resistance to the war, coming from the national security bureaucracy, is that he had, in one of the shows that I watched him on, and from my private conversations with him, I have a feeling that women and children, and concern for children particularly, and influence of women and particularly of one woman, has been a very strong element in his humanity and his concern for the lives of the Vietnamese people. So I would like to honestly ask the question of, since Patricia is here, on how she has felt and how Dan has found her role in his life and the choices that he has made.
This is Patricia Ellsberg.
I would say that I've perceived changes in Dan that are on a personal parallel to his changes in terms of his relationship to the government. We were engaged in 1966, and I went over to Vietnam to be with him. And he had the same commitment to truth, the same bravery. He would risk his life willingly in the service of his country and in an attempt to find out what was going on, really going on in the countryside. But at the same time, there was this willingness to risk his life in the service of killing. And I respected him and loved him for his dedication, but I kept saying, what for? What is this energy and commitment directed towards? And it was those kind of questions that we'd have after he would be spending days and weeks trying to reform the system. And we really split apart. I mean, it wasn't a dramatic thing. It was just that our values were very different. And we didn't see each other for several years. And then he had changed. And he had the same dedication, but it was infused with the compassion and the humanity. And we were able to love each other fully then. But what interests me is the as a human being he changed, not only intellectually, but as a man.
Yes. I think this is a feeling I share very strongly with you, because I remember meeting Dan the first time in 1967. I think it was at a conference in Princeton, and he had impressed me at that time very much as a person who knew the war in Vietnam and was also concerned about the lives of the Vietnamese people. He was having deep questions about the policies. And then when I met him 3 years later in your apartment in Cambridge, I had a very strong feeling that there had been a very basic change in him, and I had a feeling, very strong feeling, that you had a very important role to play in that change that you have talked about. Would Dan comment a little bit on that?
Well, this is a strange company with, I hope we have time with you and Tony, because I think of these other occasions when we've met. As you say, we met in Princeton. I was there to hear you and others talk about revolution. And the reason I was there was that I was studying for the government counter-revolution and trying to learn this from both sides, learn your side. And I met, as you know, our mutual friend and Patricia's friend, an Indian girl at that same conference who first began talking to me about Gandhi and Martin Luther King. Funny. No, I can't talk about that one. So, well, this is hard for me to talk about because that was the weekend, you remember, that Martin Luther King was assassinated.
I think something else involved with the other shoe has to be dropped. Very early in this conversation, Ekbal was asking Dan Ellsberg and Tony Russo about power and powerlessness. And for a moment, Dan interjects, I don't feel powerless. And after you were saying about those who are in power and were afraid of you because you cut yourself off, they were not really in power. They were in fear all the time of being cut off from the umbilical
Well, that's right.
cord. And suddenly it was the implication that you feel liberated now?
Oh, yeah. Let me go back to that thought, which is easier for me to deal with at the moment. And Patricia knew me at that earlier period when I was in the Pentagon working for men who were, in effect, addicted to the flow of secret information that passed their desks. It was like electricity coursing through their veins. In fact, the speed of decision-making, flickering from one part of the world to another, and one weapon system to be decided on, or one set of decisions about force levels or assassinations at some point in the world, or budget levels, or big wars or little wars, from moment to moment almost, with a kaleidoscopic kind of effect, gave their lives an electric excitement to which they were clearly addicted and which they could not imagine living without. In fact, I think in those days, that was before the dope craze, so well known, but the specific dope that one hears about now, of speed, with its particularly apt name, would have described what they were doing. They were nervous men, constantly flipping pencils, constantly drumming on tables, cracking their knuckles as they moved from one decision to another, with this hypnotic fascination that course of power, which, however, could only be theirs if they stayed in line, if they towed the mark, and in a way to be judged by their bosses minute by minute. They could lose the access to that flow of information in minutes if they made the wrong move. They would not be invited to the next White House meeting. They would no longer be in it, be part of it. I remember once, Pat, do you remember a tape that I sent from Vietnam talking about, this was later, much later when I was in Vietnam. I came back on a trip from Vietnam when I was accompanying the Secretary of Defense, and we came down in a Andrews Field. It was a foggy day. At about 6 in the morning, we'd flown for 17 hours, I think, in a windowless tanker. Secretary McNamara flew in a tanker, a converted tanker, because it had so much fuel in it that it didn't have to be refueled. With one refueling, it could go halfway around the world. It had no windows. And you'd come down in this thing, and as you came down at 6 in the morning in the fog, there were banks of television lights set up, and reporters waiting with these banks of microphones to come out as you come down off the plane. The world is waiting, in effect. And images, you remember the old Joel McCrea movie, A Foreign Correspondent? You know, the glamour of this particular kind of living on top of the trench coat, living on top of the world waiting. And I remember describing that to Patricia in a tape, the electricity of that drama, and saying, I hope I never become corrupted and addicted by that kind of drama. Do you remember that? And but these men were, and as such, the superiors up to the president who could control their access to that kind of excitement had total coercive power over them. So that we're now back to your question of what are the real restraints that keep these men in line. Why did a George Ball, who expressed himself so clearly and with such foresight about the morass and horror that we were getting ourselves into, never get out of line and speak to the public about it, either when he was in or when he was out, since all of these men really always want to get back into the government. When the Pentagon Papers came out, George Ball, of course, received credit which was due him for what he'd said internally. at the time. He spoke boldly for a bureaucrat, and certainly with great foresight in 65 and in 66 about where we were going. But I saw him, and in fact this is when Patricia and I were underground, when we were moving, when I was getting these papers to different newspapers. We were watching television a lot for a change. And it was very relaxing. It was our last real time really alone together. And we watched, and I saw George Ball on a program, Meet the Press I think it was, or Face the Nation, one of those. And they quoted to him what he had said internally, and he described, yes, what he'd felt about Vietnam. And then they quoted to him what he was saying publicly at the same time, which was the exact opposite. It was, and his answer was, well, if you speak to the public, and he could have said, and I could, reading between the lines, knew what he was saying parenthetically, and you want to keep your access, if you want to keep your credibility and your influence within the system, he said, when you speak to the public, you have to say the administration line, take the administration position. That's your role. Now, at the time he was speaking of, he had been the Undersecretary of State, the number 2 man in the State Department. He had been confirmed by the Senate in that role. He was surely seen as a man of power. What he said to us then in explaining why he had felt perfectly easy about lying to the public at that time about what his own true views were in matters of life and death, and why he felt unapologetic about admitting this now, years later, he said, after all, we're just hired hands of the president. And I thought, is that the way for a high official of a republic to see himself? Is that why the Senate confirmed his appointment? So that he could be counted on to lie to them reliably when the president asked him to on a matter of war and peace? But we're back, as Tony was saying, these men who, their own self-image of powerlessness except as loyal servants, not of the Constitution, not of their countrymen, not of humanity, but of the man who hired them.
You used the phrase, by the way, hired hand.
He was
Yeah, but he used the phrase, more pertinent. He used the phrase, if ever there were a guy who was the lowest guy on the totem pole, it's the hired hand. Interesting. That's the way he saw himself, isn't
day
it?
laborer.
The
See,
laborer.
what they were, what I've been telling you is, these were not day laborers, these were hour laborers. They could lose their jobs, they had their jobs on an option that could expire in 30 seconds if their expression, their face showed the wrong expression in the course of a White House meeting. But let me go back to where we were talking a moment ago, and it's too emotional for me. There's too many associations, and I'll try to get through it. I find it's hard to talk about. As I say, I met a girl who gave me a vision as a Gandhian of a different way of living, of resistance, of exercising power nonviolently in terms of telling truth, basically. You know, the Gandhian notion of satyagraha means truth force and truth-telling as a form of power. And I saw at that time, a time of great chaos in our society, a looming chaos, Martin Luther King began to seem to me as our hope, as a last hope. He was killed that weekend with me. All right, when did I see you next? The next time I saw you was in this town, in Chicago, at a conference at the Adlai Stevenson Institute. By that time, in the spring of '68, it was the same spring, I remember, just 2 months later. In that spring, I'd been working a good deal behind the scenes on the Vietnam policy speeches of Robert Kennedy, and I saw him as the hope. So, you remember, it was while we were here at that conference that Robert Kennedy was killed. That's the way to feel powerless. I mean, you start feeling powerless. I don't know, what were you doing then, Tony?
When Robert Kennedy was killed, I was I was in Cambridge.
I remember very strongly Dan Ellsberg's reaction after we heard the news on the radio while we were all sitting down at this conference when we heard the news of Robert Kennedy's death. Actually, the second death we had shared with him. I had shared with him, that of Martin Luther King earlier. And I literally felt very sad later on over the thought that our hopes were so pinned down on individuals, because only individuals seem to promise an honest working of a system that seemed to have failed to be accountable and honest towards the public. I think it is that phenomenon that sort of makes the death of people like Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King so very poignant and so risky.
Isn't Ekbal's point almost the key to everything, the one that you've been saying all along, Dan and Tony? The fact that the death of certain individuals, remarkable men, true, but the fact that everyone else, his life is so tenuous, it would seem, depending upon the life of these particular individuals, don't we come to something
Well,
here now?
of
What's
course,
happened to
at
us?
that point, I was still in, as Ekbal says, to the state of mind that I was still working for the president, myself, basically. When I came back from Vietnam, thinking that we must get out, my whole instinct had been to work for people who might be president. For the whole range. I mean, to talk to anyone. I said I would talk to anyone, to tell him what I thought was the truth about Vietnam, so that he as president might be influenced by it. And I said I would do that for George Wallace. I would have done it for Nixon. As a matter of fact, I did talk to Henry Kissinger then, who was then working for Rockefeller and later worked for Nixon. I talked to people for Romney's representatives. I talked to Robert Kennedy. That's why I'd gotten to know Robert Kennedy and Ted Kennedy and the others. And I spoke a good deal, several times, to Humphrey and to his assistants. In other words, I was looking for a president then to get us out. I hadn't read the Pentagon Papers and hadn't realized that presidents are the men who feel, because of their responsibility, powerless almost to get us out of the war, because they cannot face the humiliation that they personally, their parties, America in their name, would suffer if they did get this failure.
Could we return to this point that Ekbal raised? I remember the 62, this is a very specific incident, and it deals with the very point he's made and you're all touching on. During the missile crisis, Cuban Missiles 1962, A.S. Neal, the old Summerhill man, saw him in London, just the one, the missile crisis. Isn't it remarkable, he said, the two Ks, Kennedy and Khrushchev, are determining the fate of 2.5 or 3 billion people.
And almost nobody,
Yeah.
I participated in that. I was in 2 working groups, one in the Defense Department, one in the State Department. I was the only man who was in those 2 working groups, both during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and that had given me, in fact, a fascination with the responsibility of that man, the president, and that he bore in a determination to try to understand that job and to make it easier, better, make it more efficient. But anyway, to get back to this summer of powerlessness that we went through, I remember then hoping, even after Kennedy's death, in a Vietnam plank, or in the end of the bombing. And so we're back now to another association right here, because after the plank that Ted Kennedy had suggested, on which I'd participated in consultation, was rejected, after I remember watching in California the Chicago Convention on television. And you will remember.
Oh, very well.
But I watched that from the other side of the country, and I remember very well seeing the Today Show, which I'd never seen 7 o'clock before, watching it from 7 to 9 with almost continuous coverage of the people, the police in Chicago, swinging their clubs at the demonstrators in the streets and filling police wagons with them, as Frank Sinatra's voice singing My Kind of Town.
Chicago's My Kind of Town.
Right, it came over. I'll never forget that. And that summer was spent, I was a bachelor then. It was a year and a half before Patricia and I were to get together again. And I spent that summer with girls, very little work that I can remember, one girl after another. I was remembering that this morning, though, in a new way. Just this morning I was lying in bed thinking about it. I don't know what brought it to my mind. That what I was doing that summer, from the moment of the Chicago Convention, was fighting an extreme sense of powerlessness. Exactly. And what I was doing with one girl after another was trying in some way to remind myself or convince myself that I existed, or that one could have purposes or satisfactions that were entirely apart from politics. That was sort of a lost summer for me of '68. I never watched television for a moment. I saw no speech of either candidate. I told myself that if the bombing would stop, if they would stop the bombing altogether, then I could be interested in one side or the other. And looking back on that summer much later, I really remembered that this succession of girls that I was interested in, or whether, I'm not clear whether I was interested in them, but the succession of girls I was seeing that summer suddenly stopped at a very abrupt point, and I often asked myself why it stopped. And in the way, that I was pursuing this obsessively, and it stopped the day that the bombing stopped, essentially, or the week. Within a week of that, I sort of woke up, began watching television, began looking at these two candidates and seeing what was happening. That was just before the election, you remember, and took an interest. In fact, I remember having seen the two candidates finally the night before the election. I went out. There was a girl who had Humphrey posters, lived in the apartment below mine on the beach, and I borrowed a Humphrey poster and put it on my car at that point, because I thought, all right, they've done what I've been waiting for. Now we can move ahead and on the negotiations, do something. And Tony, you may remember, I didn't see much of Tony that summer, but you remember I spent the night of the election with you and your girlfriend in Santa Monica. Do you remember watching?
Oh yes, very well. And in fact, as time goes on, and especially in the past, in the 40 days that I spent in solitary, I had a lot of time to think, and I had a lot of time by myself, and it's ironic that I found a lot of freedom in that isolation cell, because I was free to do what I wanted to do within that isolation cell. But this isolation cell had a window, and I could look out. So I used to look out and watch the sun go down over D Block. And I went back into a lot of that time. I recalled how Dan and I had the relationship we had in 1968 throughout that whole year.
We continue the conversation. Tony Russo, this is with Dan Ellsberg, Tony Russo, Iqbal Ahmad, Patricia Ellsberg, and Tony Lucas of the New York Times is seated here too. And Tony Russo was talking about his imprisonment and reflections. You saw the sun go down through the window, D Block, and you were starting to see certain things.
I remembered a lot of things because I had nothing else to do. I would sit there by myself and like many prisoners who go into isolation, and let me tell you about isolation. The prisoners that I talked to, who talked to me, although I was in isolation, people would come to me. I would hear voices coming out of the ventilator. There would be people who'd crawl up in the ventilator to rap with me, and they could lie up there and whisper, and it was kind of really weird, because there you are sitting in isolation and a voice comes to you, and since you're in isolation, you say, first of all, am I hearing things? No, I wasn't hearing things. There's a dude up there in the ventilator and he says, hey Russo. He says, hey Russo, and I, what, who, wow. Yeah, he says, I'm up in the ventilator, man. And he starts to talk, and he says, look out the window, look out the peephole in the door, see if anybody's around. So I go and look out the peephole and make sure there's no guard out there who can hear him, and he's whispering out the ventilator. Being in prison, you're under stress. It's very much like being in combat. You're under stress. And both are stress situations. So people would talk to me through the ventilators. People would talk to me straight from the hall. They would take this risk. See, that there are two kinds of prisoners, roughly two kinds. There are kinds of prisoners. There's one kind who will take risk simply to live, simply to relate to people, simply to be able to talk. And that was quite a risk for the prisoners at Terminal Island, because they didn't like for people to talk to me. If someone stopped to talk to me while I was out in the yard taking exercise, which I hardly ever got, the guard would tell him, move on, hey, stop that, get away from Russo. The whole time, that was what they tried to do. And when I finally got to the hospital during the hunger strike, they even put a sign on my door saying that no inmate was authorized to contact the man in this room. Not only was there a sign on the door, there was also a sign on Felix Million's door, who was right across from me. He was on the hunger strike together with me. And they also had a screen set up in the hall that, that covered our doors. Actually, that blocked off that part of the hall where we were. And that was a big sign on the screen saying, no unauthorized inmate beyond this point. And it was signed by the hospital administrator. The prisoners took risk to contact me, and I really appreciated it, because you can't understand how much just human contact means when you're in isolation. It means a great deal. So these fellows would come by and they'd talk to me, they'd relate their experiences to me, and it's funny how when a guy will take a risk for only 5 minutes, it's amazing how much you can get into 5 minutes
What
with
some of
conversation.
These guys, they knew what you were in for. They knew who you were.
They had a strong sense of what I was in for. They didn't know all the details, but for example, some would have read all the newspaper articles and might have seen some of the things on TV. Others had heard it by word of mouth. And they'd come up and they'd say, wow, man, how did you rip off those papers? I'd say, what papers? And they'd laugh, you know. I was offered dope a lot in prison, because of course that's a standard way to entrap, you know, for one to get entrapped. And it's pretty easy. Well, one has a sense of whether or not the dope is coming from the authorities, or whether or not it's coming from someone who enjoys smoking grass, and he thinks that maybe I'd enjoy smoking grass too, and he wants to do me a favor. Well, every time they'd ask me that, if I want any dope, I'd say, no, I'm not using any narcotics. You know, I think being in prison is enough on my head. You know. But some would come and say, hey, you want a joint? And I'd say, no, thank you, brother. Wow, it scared me to death to think of, you know, somebody giving me a joint. I'd be so paranoid with a joint in the cell. But they'd ask me if I wanted a joint, and I'd say, no thanks. And they'd say, right on, brother. And they'd raise their fist, yeah. And so they understood that I had enough discipline, you know, not that I'm a narcotics user, but that I had enough discipline not to get involved in anything like that. It's a wonder that every prisoner isn't an addict.
I'm very struck by some of the parallels you are drawing. Dan Ellsberg, I hope would agree with some of my earlier arguments in regard to counterinsurgency, that as it was true in France, it is becoming increasingly true in America, that the counterinsurgency chickens ultimately begin to come home. It strikes me as you talk about prisons are some of the analogies between, say, something like Attica and Vietnam.
Yes.
People have talked of Vietnam as unique, and some people have talked of Vietnam as not being very unique. Just as people talk about Attica as a unique incident, and others, like Black Panther Party speaker yesterday I was listening to, was saying there is nothing unique about Attica because black prisoners, brown prisoners have always suffered. I tended to disagree with that view, because there is something very unique about Vietnam, just as there is something quite unique about Attica. What is unique about Vietnam is that the government of the United States has been involved in a succession of invisible wars. Wars that they have fought both by proxy and by direct intervention in underdeveloped countries, and in which they succeeded. Guatemala, Nicaragua, the Dominican Republic, the intervention in Iran, the intervention in Lebanon, the intervention of an indirect nature in the Congo. What is unique about Vietnam was that a set policy of intervention and of fighting invisible wars. And by the way, I think we should say that when we say invisible, we mean invisible to the American public, because the war in Laos has been quite visible to the Laotians who have died and suffered under the bombs. It was invisible from the American public, from the American Congress. What was unique about Vietnam, that the resistance of the Vietnamese people turned the war into a visible war, because American costs and casualties were very high. And what in a sense Mr. Nixon is doing today is to once again turn Vietnam into an invisible, into a forgotten war. What is unique about Attica, again, is that large amounts of repression, invisible repression in this society has been happening, that people have not noticed, mainly because those who were being oppressed were not in a position to successfully resist it. See, what struck me very much as an analogy was that 2 years ago there was a news item from prisons in Arkansas that a prisoner had been murdered inside prison. And when the man, the journalist or social worker who pushed that story, went through more or less the same process of exploding the story as the journalist did on My Lai. And when the story was exploded and an inquiry was forced, they started digging for the body of the murdered prisoner in the Arkansas state prisons, and found, instead of one, 17 bodies of murdered men who had been murdered without trial while they were captives of the state. And yet it did not become an issue in the way that Attica has become an issue, mainly because the prisoners in Attica resisted. Another analogy that strikes me is the pattern of deception that has been practiced in Vietnam, and that is so obvious from the Pentagon Papers, sort of was played almost word by word in the case of Attica. The authorities started by announcing that the hostages had been murdered and slashed and mutilated by the prisoners, for the public only to discover a little bit later that all the killing had been done by the state police. The same pattern of the deception of the public, the same insistence on keeping oppression and policies of the government invisible, and the same pattern of visibility when resistance emerges. I would like to hear thoughts of Dan and Tony on that. In other words, on this dialectics of oppression and resistance that takes place, both in Vietnam and at home.
At that very meeting that we first met, Iqbal, one of the speakers said something that was very arresting to me at the time, although I wasn't fully ready to accept it, and that was that we should use Vietnam as a mirror. He said, if you want to see how the United States acts toward revolution, watch us act in Vietnam. And I wasn't yet ready to accept the idea that this was the pattern, that this was us, that it was something other than an aberration. But I've come far enough now not to see only that, but to see that Attica can be used as a mirror of many things in our society, and above all as a mirror of bureaucracy. Because in the prisons, as I've seen not only through talking to Tony and visiting him, but from other friends of mine who are in prison, the prison bureaucracy is simply the perfection of the bureaucracies that I worked in the Defense Department and the State Department, where the invisibility is more perfect, a bureaucrat's dream, the secrecy, the freedom to use coercive violence secretly, and to lie about it even more secretly than we can do in Laos. In Laos, we kill more secretly than in Vietnam, and these are all points on one dimension. They're dimensions of the accessibility of the facts to reporters, to put it quite simply, with Laos being less accessible than Vietnam to reporters, and thus to, in other words, to American observers other than the officials who are responsible for what they're doing, and the prisons still less accessible than Laos, almost totally inaccessible. There again, Attica was different, and that reporters did get inside, where no reporter was ever able to see Tony. You know, we're seeing each other here today, just 2 days after he got out of isolation, and we haven't had a chance to talk too much. We keep discovering too much. We haven't really run down for each other how his entry into his early days in prison looked from the outside and the inside. But I think we ought to get into that because it relates to what we're talking about.
Actually, we
Well,
have.
I'm terribly sorry
Actually,
that as you are entering into this very interesting subject, I have to leave. But before I leave this nice meeting of friends, I should give my best to both of you, and particularly to Patricia, and hope that everything will be all right and the war will stop someday. Soon.
Ekbal,
Thanks a lot.
Ekbal, thank you.
So if we come back to the conversation you Dan Ellsberg and Tony Russo were having about, you haven't seen each other for some time. You were starting that, Dan, I think.
Why don't you go ahead, Tony?
Tony.
Well, you know, I think there's so many ways to look at this whole thing, and because of my experience, I see this whole situation. I see the theme of the prisoner as being the metaphor which explains the whole situation, because we talk about information being imprisoned in the government, within the executive branch. We talk about lies, we talk about coercion, but on a very real plane. I had a great deal of experience in Vietnam with prisoners, with Viet Cong prisoners. I worked for the Rand Corporation, and we had access to the jails in Vietnam. And I spent 18 months intensively involved in interviewing prisoners throughout Vietnam, in virtually every jail of any consequence. I never did get to Con Son because the people at Con Son were not valuable to the Rand Corporation study as they saw it. I tried to get out there because I thought they were indeed valuable, and probably more valuable in terms of what they could relate.
When you say Con Son, you mean the tiger cage place?
The place that has been associated with tiger,
yeah.
but tiger cages are all over Vietnam. The tiger cage is a portable jail. There's a tiger cage on your block in Vietnam. Depends on where you live. There are tiger cages all over because they can be built in an afternoon with bamboo, or now with more synthetic materials that we export to Vietnam. And we subsidize the building of prisons there. And based on my experience, and this began in February of 1965 when I first went there for Rand, I early on in the spring of 1965, became aware that prisoners were being tortured throughout Vietnam in all phases of their capture, as they were captured on the battlefield, between the battlefield and the portable tiger cage, between the portable tiger cage and the more substantial jail. At all phases they were tortured, and they would get killed, summarily executed at any of these phases. And after they'd been in for months, they might be tortured. So I was shocked. I was truly shocked by this for two reasons. One, the primary thing, the inhumanity of it all. But I didn't say too much of that because I didn't talk too much about that. I would always allude to it. But in Vietnam, amongst the so-called tough-minded bureaucrats, military and civilian, one was labeled as being sentimental or bleeding heart or do-gooder or that kind of thing, and one's opinion was dismissed, and he's just a bleeding heart. So I tried to avoid that image. And I could talk at length about that, but that's not pertinent at the present. I first related this to my superiors in the RAND Corporation. I said, hey, a lot is going on here that a lot of people don't know about. Prisoners are being tortured, and that's not good for our side, because when the Viet Cong find out that prisoners, and of course how naive I was, the Viet Cong had known for 25 years how the situation was. From their point of view, it hadn't changed, and the Americans were just like the French. Regardless of whether or not we call our policies, we support them by a letter from President Diem, and the French had somebody else to support theirs. I mean, the fact of the matter is that the Viet Cong had known this for years. Well, my perception was that this is not a good thing to do, because the Viet Cong will find out about it, and they will never surrender. They'll fight that much harder. That makes the job of the Americans that much harder. So I told the RAND Corporation, my RAND Corporation's superiors about this, and they said, that's too bad. That really is bad. Wow. They'd frown. They'd say, that's terrible. And I'd say, well, don't you think we should do something about this? And they'd say, well, that's not our job. Everybody knows that. Hey, man, don't you know? Everybody knows that. After all, it's a dirty war, and they'd rationalize it from one end to another. And so I got tired of that. I will say that there were two gentlemen who worked for RAND early in the early days of this project, who I retain a great deal of respect for. That's Professor Joseph Zasloff at the University of Pittsburgh, and Professor John Donnell, who I think is still at Temple University. And I believe that's where he is. Isn't he, Dan, at Temple? Yeah. And they were there for a very short period of time to get the project going, and they did a very good job initially, and they even went back to the Pentagon, gave briefings, and they wrote letters to military personnel talking about the torture of prisoners. They went back to the Pentagon and gave very good briefings. I wasn't present at the briefings, but you were? You were?
See, I was in the Pentagon then, working special assistant to the Assistant Secretary of Defense, John McNaughton. And this story's been told. I've seen it told other places.
It's a very poignant story.
Never associated with McNaughton, who died in 1967, tragically, in a plane crash that killed a lot of his family, just when I'd come back from Vietnam. But in December of '64, as I remember, just before we began the bombing of North Vietnam, which was in February 1965, Zasloff, whom I'd never met before, came to brief this study, RAND study. And I remember very well at the end of the briefing, my boss, John McNaughton, said, when they were describing the motivation of the Viet Cong in Vietnam, why they were fighting, what had led them to join the Viet Cong, and what their feelings were toward their own officers, toward their country, and their dedication nationalism, competence, which you learned a lot about dealing with them.
In fact, I think one of the expressions that Joe Zasloff used was he described the Viet Cong cadre as possessing a monkish quality, as his commitment was so deep and so thorough that Zasloff viewed the Viet Cong cadre in terms of a monk. And remember, Dan, the thing that stands out in my mind, Dan, is when I heard that when Zasloff gave his briefing when Zasloff and Donnell gave their briefing to McNaughton and I think State Department and Defense Department officials, McNaughton's reaction was, my goodness gracious, if the Viet Cong are like that, we better get out of there right now.
Well, okay, you took my line, but that wasn't quite it.
Yeah, I wasn't there. You were, so to clarify.
It was very close.
But it is important because that's my impression. That was my impression of what was going on then. And
you heard that?
Yes. Well, I heard that.
The exact line was, if what you say in that briefing is true, we are fighting on the wrong side.
Uh-huh.
And that was December 1964. I don't think he doubted that it was true, though it was very startling to hear. You didn't hear your enemy described in this much detail, human detail usually,
yes.
As quite apart from the content of what you were hearing. When you were mentioning a monkish or monastic quality, I remember my friend Tran Yok Chow, who was, when I knew him in Vietnam, a colonel in charge of the pacification program. He'd been under Diem and had worked with Americans for years. But when he was young, he'd been with the Viet Minh fighting the French for 4 years, and he'd been actually for 6 years, and he'd become a battalion commander and eventually a division political advisor. I remember his saying that one of the great disillusioning shocks when he was a battalion commander was to go far behind the lines at one point to see a political cadre, an officer that he had respected tremendously, and discovering him behind the lines living with a woman and wearing, I think, very good sandals instead of the rubber tires, sandals that they were wearing. And that came to him just like discovering your father in adultery or something. It didn't seem at all consistent with his picture of what an officer should be. And
the Viet Cong was very human.
well, yeah, that's kind of inhuman in a way. That was what was so amazing, the way these defectors would describe their superiors and the respect that they had for them, the competence. But here we had then, well, I interrupted your story, but as I say, I was present at that moment in our history when an Assistant Secretary of Defense had that perception about the adversaries we were fighting.
And he commanded a great deal of respect, didn't he, McNaughton, from a lot of people. That's my impression. Is that true?
Well, he did, but I don't like to talk about him now. I have great affection for him and respect, and he is dead. And he, like me, was part of a system which he came to see through earlier than some, than most, as the Pentagon Papers show. But since the papers are now there for everyone to read, perhaps it is appropriate after all to comment that one has to look hard at all those people in the Pentagon who at one point or another came to see either the futility or the wrongness of what they were engaged in, and to begin to judge them as public servants now, not much as humans, in terms of how they responded to that. John McNaughton, along with the others.
And can I ask
Tony Lucas.
a question which I was going to save for later, but it seems somehow appropriate now. You talk about people like McNaughton whose name it was just a name to me, but I'm thinking as you're talking about the role of the press in all of this, and recalling when I was in the Congo in 1962 and 3, stumbling on two CIA guys who were
Just
flying.
identify Tony for a moment. Tony, correspondent of the New York Times, Pulitzer Prize winning, doing a story on Dan Ellsberg and Associates, please.
Recalled that stumbled on two CIA guys who were flying planes for the Congolese government from a small little base in the eastern Congo, and reporting my strong suspicions that they were CIA. They turned out, in fact, to be that. And getting back to the embassy in Leopoldville and being told by the then Deputy Chief of Mission that, as far as he was concerned, he didn't think the embassy could work with me anymore, and that if that was the way I was going to play ball, I'd just simply be frozen out of the embassy sources. And we had a huge fight, and in fact it was very difficult for me to operate for a while there. This is obviously true of guys in Vietnam too. But from your perspective, you've talked repeatedly over the last couple of days about the fact that the press must stop seeing itself as a fourth branch of government, but at the operational level in the Defense Department, the State Department, how does an official, how should an official regard the press? I mean, it isn't really possible, is it, for a McNaughton, let us say, to take a Tom Wicker or a Max Frankel into confidence about the day-to-day details of policy? Could a McNaughton have called in? Could he have talked as frankly to Tom Wicker about his doubts about Vietnam policy in 1964 as you can talk about them now? How should a McNaughton have dealt honestly with a press in day-to-day policy making?
I think the first really test of how they act is how truthfully they speak within the bureaucracy. That's one test. And in general, how do they deal with the risks that are involved in speaking honestly to their own bosses and to colleagues in general? With respect to the public, I always thought that it was wrong of high officials to be as willing to lie for the president as they were. I thought it was undignified, to use a very euphemistic word, and above that, wrong, that it was demeaning of them, that they were humiliating themselves, whether they realized it or not, that they were corrupting themselves as American citizens to accept that role. Particularly those who, let's say, were not in public affairs. Now, that might seem patronizing of the public affairs officer, but after all, he is labeled as an advocate. He's labeled as a representative, as a flack at its lowest level, or as a public relations officer of some sort. Certainly everyone dealing with him would regard him as a vehicle and as a person constrained to present a line in a certain way, and would at least be warned by his very title. For an assistant secretary or an undersecretary, as we were discussing earlier, to use the authority of his position and the general supposition that a man confirmed by the Senate will not lightly lie to a reporter or to the public, to deceive the public for the president seemed to me, even at the time, a very disturbing phenomenon. And in retrospect, of course, all the more so, as I see more clearly than ever where it led us. They were wrong from every point of view to lend themselves to that. Thus, lightening the pressures on the president that an informed public would have brought to bear politically to get us out of the war. But that brings us to another incident that involved that Tony happened to be in on, it so happens, and I want to recall to him. There was a significant one as I look back on it in terms of this whole discussion we're having. It was the week that I left the Rand Corporation. I was asked to come to an advisory group. Well, it was called an advisory group, but supposedly a research group of academics that whose regular meetings, and whose research in some degree was funded by AID. And this meeting had been scheduled. I'd been scheduled for this long before I ever thought of leaving RAND. And it included nearly every academic in this country who spoke Vietnamese, sitting around one table. Now, that a very small table can accommodate that group. As a matter of fact, the two that Tony mentioned, Joe Zasloff and John Donnell, were both there, and until very recently, they were the two academics in this country with tenure who spoke Vietnamese and who had been in Vietnam. Now, Alec Woodside has recently joined them, I believe, and there may be one or two others by now. But for something like 20 years, they were the two, and they both got it working for the government in World War II. They were part of the first group of Army enlisted men to get Vietnamese language training in the intelligence services. That was it, in terms of our knowledge. Meanwhile, there were a number of other lesser junior academics around, and they were all in this one group, so there was a tremendous amount, or relatively now, of experience and knowledge of Vietnam at that table. I became, I'd been invited to the meeting. I didn't know entirely the nature of the group, and Tony was there. We were hearing research papers, and he'd been invited also to participate. So the first day was very stimulating. These were the people that I wanted to talk to in the country. And I could learn a lot from them, and I did learn a lot from them. I took a lot of notes. By the second day, I felt began to feel uneasy and need to know more of just what the nature of the group was, and ask them what its purpose was. Well, according to some of the academics, although the funding was from RAND, it was from AID, it was for pure research. This was a basically altruistic function, and this sort of thing does occur in the government where basic research is being funded. And we're back, in other words, to this role of the intellectual and the state, essentially, and a relationship here of researchers. And so as the people running it, and actually Joe Zasloff was chairman at that point, the only function of the group was to do basic research on Vietnam. AID was interested in Vietnam, was glad to see this done. An AID representative present, however, saw it differently and emphasized that as they saw the relationship, they wanted to benefit from the advice of this group on implementing their programs. Well, there was a little discussion about that to clarify it, but it came through very clearly that that was the way AID saw this relationship, whether the researchers wanted to see it that way or not. Well, I just left RAND that very week in order to be able to speak freely in a way that seemed impossible to do at RAND, and not because RAND officers censored what I said or forbade me, but because every time I criticized the war, I caused great apprehension among all of my colleagues at RAND that they were about to lose their contract and hence their jobs. And I felt that this had been going on for about 6 or 9 months, and it was unfair of me indefinitely to keep subjecting them to that kind of apprehension. And the time had come to separate myself so that I could speak out very freely. Incidentally, to tie things together even further, the exact occasion for that was my desire to speak freely about the way in which our government had been accomplices in the imprisonment of my friend Tran Yok Chow, who, from being pacification head in Vietnam, and then being a deputy from Quien Hoa, the province whose capital was the town that had to be destroyed in order to be saved in Tet, had been Secretary General of the Lower House and then jailed by Thieu for exposing the corruption by Thieu of the Lower House, and because Chow was also calling for negotiations. The Supreme Court subsequently of Vietnam, the Supreme Court found Chow's arrest, trial, court, and sentence each individually unconstitutional. They have a constitution, and they found it unconstitutional. He is still in jail. This was all in effect with the connivance or tacit agreement of our embassy and our ambassador there, Ellsworth Bunker, and I just felt it essential that I be free to say this publicly. So when I discovered that the relationship of this advisory group, or research group, to aid, as Tony will remember, I felt called on to say right away that without any disrespect to any of the individuals there, that I would have to separate myself from the group. I said the reasons that led me to leave RAND this week do not seem compatible to me with my staying even part of this group, further away from the government though it is. I have only one thing to say to officials on the implementations of their programs in Vietnam. We must terminate our programs in Vietnam. We must end our involvement in Vietnam. Get out of Vietnam. That's all I have to say to officials of this government, of the executive branch, and I can say I don't have to be in this group to say that. Well, Tony, you may remember that the aid man there, whom I didn't know personally but knew my work on Vietnam, got very distressed at this, remember? Mm-hmm. And very sincerely dismayed. And he said, don't do this, Dan. He said, you're just the sort of man that we want here for this kind of advice. We need you. The government needs you, and you can do good work in this relationship. Mm-hmm. He said, this gives you access. It gives you a chance to say what you think to the officials. Mm-hmm. And we want to hear that. He said, and then you may remember, Tony said, he ended up very impassionedly by saying, don't do this. Don't cut yourself off. Don't cut your throat. Mm-hmm. And I had to say to him, and this didn't sound ludicrous to anyone at that table, and I had to say, I'm not cutting my throat. I said, life exists outside the executive branch, or without any direct relation to the executive branch. There is nourishment. You can sustain life out there. Right. And it is not killing yourself to cut yourself off in this way.
Doesn't this come back to the original, well, there's an undercurrent, there's a recurring theme throughout this conversation. And the theme really is freedom. Huh? The theme is liberation.
Yes, that's right.
Liberation.
Now, here was the thing that now ties in directly, though. When I had discovered the fears roused among my RAND colleagues, when some 9 months earlier, 6 of us at RAND who'd worked on Vietnam signed a letter calling for unilateral withdrawal, and thus endorsing a position that the Gallup poll had revealed the same month was held by 57% then of the American public, now 73%. It really started me wondering about the freedom of thought of this institution I'd been in so long, which prided itself on independence. One thinks of freedom of thought, and people at RAND and other institutions think of themselves as very free-thinking, freewheeling in their thinking. And I began to think, can it be that one can think really objectively and independently in an environment where to say the wrong thing or to say it to the wrong people causes such fear immediately? I began to think about it. It was a new perception for me because I hadn't really seen it before. Now, there was the reason we wrote that letter was for a reason that was very relevant to this meeting of people in the spring of 1970 that I've just been describing. Because it so happens that our society knows so little about Vietnam, has so little contact, that almost the only way to learn about it, or even to learn the language, is in connection with the executive branch or the Defense Department. Just like Zasloff and Donnell, most people who have learned Vietnamese have learned it at government expense.
There are a lot of very notable exceptions among the few Vietnam scholars who haven't done that, though. I mean,
I don't think there are, Tony.
Let's say what in particular were you referring to now? What particular quality?
Just knowing Vietnamese.
Oh, right. Yes, knowing the language. Right. It's. Doggone, you're right, yeah, because I can think of a lot of Vietnam scholars. I would guess that there are probably several at Cornell. For example, there was an Australian fellow whose name escapes me at present who knew Vietnamese, who was at Cornell. I was
Well, the
thinking
point is you have to scratch.
right.
For this, and
You really do. The
yeah.
thing I was thinking about is that there are some very good scholars, although a handful, Vietnam scholars. They don't know Vietnamese, right? But there are some very good Vietnam scholars who have never collaborated with the government.
Sure.
Who?
But what I'm saying is, take this investment of time just to learn the language. As I'm saying, that's been at government expense
Right,
in
yes.
almost every case.
Yes.
Now, to say that, then, now you have to add another postulate. Somebody who's worked for the government, and especially one who hopes to work again for the government, let alone somebody who is currently working for the government, feels in almost every case constrained to be silent about his opinions to the public if he disagrees with official policy. If he agrees with it, he will express his opinions truthfully and freely and in no risk. If he disagrees with it, he will be silent, even if he is very bold internally at expressing his opinions honestly to his superiors. One can do that. The rule that you can't break is talking out of school, in effect. Put those two things together, and the effect to the public is that the public never hears criticism of Vietnam War from somebody who is clearly qualified in the sense of experience and expertise in Vietnamese speaking. He does hear support of the war from such people, but when he hears criticism, it's from people outside the government, people like Morgenthau, people, let's say, if they are scholars like George Lewis or John Lewis or George Cahen, they're not really Vietnamese scholars. At best, they're Asian scholars of some kind, but not Vietnamese scholars. And so the public inevitably gets the false impression, which is just a lie, that to be for unilateral withdrawal, to be strongly against the war, you have to be ignorant of Vietnam. If you're informed, if you speak the language, if you've had experience there, you either must support the war, or if you criticize it, you don't criticize it so strongly that you feel any compulsion to speak out on it.
I remember one incident in particular which illustrates that. There was a move afoot among several scholars there to put together a project which would last over the summer of 1970, in which they'd go there and they'd study something about villages, and I forget exactly what the nature of the topic was, but they asked me to participate in that study, and I said, I asked them one question. I said, what good do you think it'll do the Vietnamese people? And they smirked and they laughed, they grinned, like, what do you mean? It's a project, we'll get money for it, something for us to do. And one man in particular said, look, I have to tell you where my position is. He said, I have spent 3 years learning to speak Vietnamese. I'm a Vietnamese scholar. I have to go to Vietnam to practice my profession, and the only way I can get there is working for the U.S. government. And he said, I'm being very frank with you. And
talk about alienation.
Yes.
Talk about alienation.
Yes, indeed. And I said to him, well, that may be the way you view it, but really, I don't think this project will do the Vietnamese any good. In fact, it may do them a lot of harm. And he didn't want to talk about that. In fact, this gentleman wrote me a letter recently. I heard from him. He wanted to publish one of my old papers that he had plenty of time to talk about publishing, before the Pentagon Papers broke. A year ago, he could have published my paper had he wanted to, but after the Pentagon Papers broke, I get a letter saying, I'm interested in publishing your paper. So I was interested in his reaction. So I wrote him back saying, well, I don't know. I haven't made any plans for publishing this yet. I have a number of alternatives. What do you propose? So he answered back with a 3-page letter in which he mentioned how unfortunate it was that all this trouble had developed, and that and he said he felt very sorry that I was mixed up in this thing, and that I had to go to jail. And he said it made him feel very sad. You see, now this is just one little illustration, of which there are many. You know, it's a very general kind of thing. I would expect that from many people. But you see, he doesn't understand that what I did was a matter of conscience, and that I am happy. I feel joyous to be where I am because I'm being true to myself, you see. And I don't think he is. He's being true to his paycheck. He's being true to, he's a manipulative kind of person. And when we speak of manipulation, that has been the name of the game for so long, and in fact we see it now with the old-time politicians, even now. For example, Senator Humphrey, who I mean no disrespect to, but I think Senator Humphrey has to catch up with the times. I think even in 1968 when he ran for president, he was running 10 years behind the times, and that's why he lost. That's why he couldn't get his organization together. That's why he couldn't inspire the people on his staff. Just recently, on September 24th, just a few days ago, Senator Humphrey said, I wouldn't think of making a move nationally. Now this is with regard to the coming presidential election. He said, I wouldn't think of making a move nationally if I didn't have my state in good hands. The first lesson is don't sleep too long, don't trust too much, don't take anything for granted.
So there we have another piece of alienation, don't we?
But you know, I'd like to just pick up on the prisoner theme. I began to tell you about how in 1965 I first found out about the torture of prisoners in South Vietnam, and how it shocked me, both from a human point of view and from the sheer faulty logic of it. You know, just from the sheer sterile logical point of view, which seems you seem to be on safe grounds if in the bureaucracy if you deal in sterile logic, and in fact that's the shortcoming. But in my feeling about prisoners, it progressed through a number of different levels while I was in Vietnam, as I came back to the United States and reflected on that experience, and finally, I think what capped it off was being a prisoner myself, because you see, I sat in my isolation cell with my pajamas on and with my Taiwan rubber slippers on, and one day it dawned on me, wow, I took a look at myself and I said, my goodness, I'm dressed exactly like the prisoners in Vietnam that I was interviewing. They dress in the pajama-like costume and with the rubber sandals. And I said, my goodness, I've been Vietnamized. You know, I've been Vietnamized. Here I am in prison. And to Vietnamize someone means to put him in prison, as far as I'm concerned. But now, see, in my feeling about why prisoners were tortured, finally, as I began to become less naive, as I say, I told my Rand Corporation superiors about this, no response. Although I did allude to Zasloff and Donnell, and they did write a letter to
They wrote
to someone. I forget exactly whom they.
I got it in McNaughton's office.
Oh, it was to McNaughton, yes, about the torture of prisoners. They, as I say, I think they're very responsible people. So, but they were cut off the project very quickly after only having worked a few months. After having gone to Vietnam, using their knowledge of the country, their contacts, their Vietnamese friends to get the project started, they were cut loose. And the project was put into the hands of a Rand Corporation research analyst who had been with Rand for a great many years, and he became my boss. I essentially started working on the project about the same time that he became the director, and I slowly learned more. And see, I went to him with a story about the torture of prisoners. No response. Absolutely no response. In fact, he put me down for being so naive, being so wet behind the ears that I would even bother to bring that up. You know, my goodness, don't you understand? This is a war, and war is tough. You know, you're going to have to learn. So, no response from him. I went to the military, and I'll tell you, I didn't just go to one person in the military. On every field trip I took, and I visited something like 23 provinces out of the 44 in all of Vietnam over a period of a year and a half. In almost every province, I would go to the senior American advisor, and I'd discuss the prisoner situation because I wanted to get access to prisoners to interview them, and I'd always put in a plug for better treatment for the prisoners because it's better for everybody concerned, better for the Americans, better for the Vietnamese who work for the Americans, better for the Viet Cong, better for me. You know, I mean, a great deal was to have been gained from taking the humane point of view. No response. The military response was standard. They're Asians, and Asians are brutal. Life is cheap for these people. And I really was very disappointed. And so I went to the embassy, went to the U.S. Embassy, and I talked to people at all levels. I talked to people in AID at all levels. And at the embassy, right on up the line to the man right next to the ambassador. Many times I tried to get in to see the ambassador. I tried to corner him at cocktail parties. The closest I ever came to the ambassador was when Lodge was there. I would sometimes see him at the Cirque Sportif, the country club in Saigon, where one would go to swim. I would go over there from time to time, and quite frankly, I was sickened every time I went there because I saw this colonial elegance, you know, sitting up on the pavilion sipping a gin and tonic, and there were a few people sitting around in white suits, and of course the place was loaded with military. It was loaded with the few Frenchmen who hang on there, and lots of American military men, and Ambassador Lodge was there. I would get to see him swimming there sometime, that's all. And of course one never got too close to him because he would sort of act like he might catch a disease from you, and he'd split. He would be very cordial and say, "Hello, how are you today? Good to see you." That's about the extent of it. I tried to see Ambassador Bunker. Wow, and nobody could see. One day I rode up on the elevator with him, and he was very cordial and said, "Hello, how are you?" That's all. But I did get to see men who were close to Bunker, the mission coordinator, people like that, Bunker's assistants. And I would tell them these stories, and they'd say, yes, you're right. You really understand this situation. They would be very friendly. We'd go downtown, and we'd have coffee together at a sidewalk cafe and watch the Vietnamese walk back and forth. And, you know, and they would try to pump me for information, and I would sit there and talk to them all morning and tell them all these things, thinking that I was having some influence on policy. Well, they were just pumping me. They were just picking my brains. They were using me, you see. They looked at me as an object. You know, the relationship with me was as an object, not as a person.
Not to remove from their attitude toward Vietnamese.
Oh, yes.
You were Vietnamized over there before you went to
Right, before. And it took me years to find it out.
So there you were, frustrated. You tried to get something across, the truth as you saw it, or the truth, and nothing was happening. Each guy was doing his job. Well, finally, what? You and Dan did what?
I felt this frustration in Saigon, and the thing that saved me, you see, was the fact that other people felt it too. My colleagues, my younger colleagues at Rand, there were four other gentlemen who were roughly my same age. I guess their ages varied between 26 and 34. At the time I was 29, and or 28, 29. And we used to sit and talk amongst ourselves. We would bemoan the conditions within the Rand office, and we'd say to ourselves, look, here we are in a war zone. That our biggest problem is the Rand office. If we could just get through the Rand office and carry out our work, which is interviewing the Viet Cong, that would be beautiful. The Viet Cong don't worry us a bit, and they're supposed to be the enemy. They don't worry us a bit. The thing that's driving us crazy is this Rand office and the Rand Corporation itself. I mean, really, we had such a terrible time there. Now, I spoke about the frustration of trying to talk some sense to people about the torture of prisoners in Vietnam. Well, I have finally understood why we torture people in Vietnam. And that is because we torture people here. We torture prisoners here in the United States. And now I understand why the United States cannot do anything about the torture of prisoners in Vietnam. The prisons in Vietnam, the USAID Public Safety Division in Vietnam, they are the American advisors to people who run the prisons in Vietnam. That is, the Vietnamese who work for the United States. And those people who are with the Public Safety Division generally are people who are retired wardens, retired guards, maybe not guards, but retired policemen, retired highway patrolmen, people who work in the so-called law enforcement of so-called law and order. I prefer to call it the law and disorder, official disorder, field here in the United States. And for example, I knew a man who worked for USAID Public Safety who had been a warden here in the United States, and I used to try to talk to him and try to get some reason out of him concerning the prison condition, the condition of prisons in Vietnam. And he would always come back to his experience with prisons here in the United States. You see, and
strikes me
what
another analogy right now, because today is the day of the elections in Vietnam, right?
Right.
We haven't heard the results yet as to just how many people
I'm not even very interested.
mutilated the ballots. I think.
I hate to think
in
about
Vietnam. But it recalls to me that Henry Cabot Lodge used to be very irritated when people would criticize corruption in Vietnam or the defects in the elections which were taking place in '67, 4 years ago.
He'd say we got it at home.
No, when I was over there, and he would always say, why apply higher standards to the Vietnamese than we do to ourselves? And he would always
Precisely.
refer to Chicago. This name kept cropping up in these discussions.
Precisely.
He had the impression that he would have been vice president in 1960 had there been an honest count. This was not his impression alone, I guess. Had there been an honest count in Chicago in 1960, as he used to put it. But he said, I don't blame the Democrats for that. I blame the Republicans. They weren't watching close enough and so forth. And thus he was inclined to be very tolerant of what he saw in Vietnam, and I suppose he would be today.
Thus far, you've been talking about your own personal experiences, and this is a hard fact.
I was telling you about this warden, and you see, as I said, I would keep talking to him about Vietnamese prisoners, and he would keep talking to me about American prisoners, and we were always in different places. And I have to say that the man had a very brutal mentality, because he would see, the point he was trying to get across to me was the point that convicts are scum. That he told me that, he said, we go to all this trouble to keep them in prisons. He said, when we should take them out on a ship and drop them out at sea and just throw them overboard. Now that's what he told me, honest to God. He said they're worthless human beings. He said, there's no reason to keep them alive. They're no good to anybody. And God, I just can't.
Really saying it.
When I recall that, and when I look back on the experience of just a few days ago and the past 48 days, it all comes into place, and it's all locked in. I mean, before I went to jail, I had an intellectual understanding of this, and I felt that, well, I know. I don't have to go to jail to understand that. I know it's bad. I know that people misunderstand. I know that they're biased. I know that there's a great deal of racism. But let me tell you something. Had I not gone to prison, even though I felt that way, had I not gone to prison, I think there are a lot of things I never would have understood.
Why or how did you get into jail?
I felt that it was unjust to be coerced into testifying behind closed doors in secrecy.
This is in connection with the Pentagon Papers.
Right. I was subpoenaed to appear before a grand jury concerning my association with Daniel Ellsberg, and they wanted me to testify before a grand jury, in secret, of course. In secret, nothing could be made public from that. And my position was that that was unjust, and I could not cooperate with that, and that I had strong constitutional grounds for not cooperating with the grand jury in that way.
So as a result,
my position was that I wanted to testify openly, but I was under the subpoena.
As a result, you were cited for contempt.
Right, I was cited for contempt because I would not testify in secrecy. In fact, I was cited for contempt in secrecy. It was in the judge's chambers, and when that happened, I told the judge, I said, Your Honor, may I make a statement in open court? Because you see, I had not been allowed to say anything in court, in open court. And the judge said, well, you'd better make the statement here first. And I said, I'd rather make it in open court, Your Honor. And he conferred with the prosecuting attorney, and the prosecutor said, well, it's a very simple question, yes or no. And the judge turned to me and said, how do you respond to that? I said, Your Honor, my position remains the same. And so at that point, he found me to be in contempt of court. And I was looking up at the bailiff at the time, and he was looking at me, and I thought, that was it. The bailiff was going to come get me and carry me to jail. But fortunately, the judge gave me a couple of days. He said, he's found me to be in contempt of court, and he said, I stay your execution until Wednesday. So that gave me the weekend and a couple more days. And this is the kind of thing that took place all summer, time after time after time after time. We'd have a court hearing. I'd be found to be I was found to be in contempt. And then after that, we battled for stays of execution. We had bail hearings. We had an appeal. All told, there were 7 times in which I had to get ready to go to jail, starting on June 23rd, ending on August 16th. Finally, we lost out on the 7th try, and on August 16th, I had to go to jail. So I surrendered myself to the marshal.
You were there for how many days?
I was there for a total of 47 days.
47 days. And you're out now. How did you come to be released?
Well,
2 days ago.
I came to be released a couple of days ago because finally, after all this time, we were able to find a situation whereby I could testify in public. And it just dawned on me that, perhaps we could submit a motion to the judge to give me permission to have a transcript of the grand jury testimony that I could make public. And we talked about this. It had never been done before, but I said to me, it's simple to me. I mean, they get what they want, their testimony. I get what I want, my right to make my statement in open public, or effectively in open public. And so why not? Let's give that a try. So we did, and we won. We won. It was granted. It was a great victory. And Friday was such a great day, not only because of the victory, but do you know that that was the first time I had been able to make a statement in open court? And it was a very short statement, but very to the point. The Judge Ferguson asked me if, he considered those three motions, motions having to do with my being able to make my testimony public. He considered those motions, and he turned to me and he said, "Mr. Russo, I forget exactly what he said, but to the effect that if I grant these motions, will you agree to testify?" And I stood up and said, and for the first time I was able to speak in open court, and I stood up and said, "Your Honor, I agree to answer all relevant questions if these motions are granted. Yes, Your Honor." And I went on to say, well, I prefaced that by saying that, "Your Honor, my position remains the same as it has always been."
So this is, I'm thinking as we're talking now, and this has been a very reflective conversation, free association involved with Tony Russo, Daniel Ellsberg, and briefly with Patricia Ellsberg and Iqbal Ahmad and Tony Lucas. I was thinking how you feel at this moment. Here we are now, where we stand as a country at the moment, too. Dan Ellsberg, and perhaps ask Patricia her thoughts. Earlier, maybe you said that you felt free. At the time you thought you were a man of power, or those who walked the corridors of power, feared of saying something. I thought of paraphrasing the book that Tony was reading in prison, Erich Fromm's Escape from Freedom. Since you escaped from the hatch to freedom, it would seem.
Well, we were talking earlier about Gandhian thinking. And there's a phrase that pacifists and Gandhians use a lot called speaking truth to power. In fact, somebody came up with it spontaneously recently in a suggestion as a title for a book of writings that I had done in the past. Most of it while I was working for the government. And it made me very uneasy. I find myself very skeptical about that phrase. At the least, it's ambiguous, because certainly all of our former colleagues at RAND or in the government, I think, would have thought of what they were doing, their professional lives, as speaking truth to power. To be sure, they were speaking truth sort of for power. They were, part of the time, they were writing lies for power, but they figured that that was the price they paid for the right that they got on government payroll or on government contract to speak truth to power. And it suddenly seemed to me, increasingly, that there was so much self-deception involved that I had to stand back from that phrase and really think hard about it, as to just what kind of truth you spoke when you were to power, when you were working for power, when you found your whole livelihood dependent on it, when you were constantly afraid of what power would do to you if you spoke the wrong truth. We were talking a lot earlier about the limitations on the truths that get said to power by people who feel dependent on power.
As Dan is talking and Tony Russo, power and powerlessness is what the subject is about. And suddenly he said, earlier when Iqbal was saying about people being powerless, Dan said, "I feel powerful at this moment." Remember that?
Well, I've been close to Dan now for about 2 years since we got back together again, and I've seen the evolution of these steps of shedding the shackles that he was in. I mean, even when he left the government and then went to RAND, I remember there was one day when he'd invited somebody to come to RAND from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, an aide, and he came back from a whole day at RAND fighting that this man could be allowed into RAND just to talk, and that the kind of battle he was dealing with there was such a pettiness against bureaucracy. And then he left RAND, and he was finally free to speak out against the war. But even that was constricted because he had this weight of truth that he was carrying around. And finally, since this has come out, he's a free man. and all the sympathy that we get for what's happened to our lives, it's of course it's troublesome and causes anxiety, but it's truly beautiful because my husband's a free man. It's a beautiful thing.
And I can't think of one thing that, Dan, you said the other night when you spoke and you got the piece of war from the businessmen. There's a Beatles song called Carry That Weight. You've got to carry that weight. And you spoke of the actual weight of the Pentagon Papers and the weight that you did carry and the weight the society, in a sense, carries, too. And as Pat said, you feel free, in a sense.
Let me, let's forget about the plane schedule for a moment, because there's part that relates so much to the discussion we were having really for a couple of hours earlier that I really don't want to without bringing it in. And I've watched Tony now for the last hour try to respond to a question about this. And I understand how he feels, and I understand at this moment in his life, which is 24 hours out of isolation, he can't bring himself to really grasp certain memories which are extremely close to him. Because I know just how you feel.
It's very frustrating.
When you get close to some of those things and go into abstractions and other lines and so forth.
Right.
What we're really been trying to get at with all this discussion earlier was one day, the day that Tony went into jail. Now, I didn't see him from that day until the day before yesterday, when he was in court, coming out of jail, having won his victory and his right to speak in open court. I've seen him several times, visiting him in jail, always with a couple times with plate glass in between us in the county jail, speaking through a speaking tube, other times with a guard sitting next to us. So I haven't had a chance to really tell him what came down on, as it was seen from the outside, and what little I heard from him. But let me tell this story, and it may be worthwhile for Tony to either correct it or tell it his way in the end, because we haven't had a chance to compare the way notes on this at this point. The day I was arraigned in Los Angeles on 2 counts related to the Pentagon Papers was the day that Tony finally had to go to jail on this civil contempt. And it was a coincidence, because it just happened to work out that day, but the effect was that there was a lot of television and radio coverage at the county courthouse because I'd been arraigned that day. Tony had a statement to make, and he had this crowd of television people and reporters taking down this statement, and some of them followed us in as we went into the courthouse after he made his statement, which began pretty much with the words, "I'm proud to share responsibility with Daniel Ellsberg for the release of the Pentagon Papers to the American public," right? I remember that statement very well. So on the evening news that night, they showed Tony going into the court. You didn't see that, right? In jail. But they showed Tony going into the courthouse, and against the rules, some reporters followed him in with cameras right down the halls of the federal courthouse till he came to a certain door. He went behind the door. Door opened again briefly, and this was on television too. He came out and grasped me, said, "Goodbye, brother," and then he disappeared again behind that door. The television then saw him disappear down that door. Of course, I didn't see him again free for 48 days later, till the day before yesterday. Okay. I got a call the next day in the afternoon from Tony telling me that he'd just gotten out of an isolation cell where he'd been chained and manacled in an isolation cell. I couldn't believe, of course, what he was telling me. It sounded fantastic, that a man could be manacled and chained in a county jail within hours after network television had featured him on the evening news when he was put in for civil contempt, and to be very specific, in connection with this case, which is pretty closely followed. I immediately assumed that they must be treating him in some special way because of who he was and his relation with me, so I got in a car and dashed down to the county jail to find out what was going on. And by this time he'd been put in another cell. let out. The story that I heard then is he told me, and I got from the captain of the guard, and otherwise very briefly, and it has many parallels and interests here, and I'll just summarize it, was that he had been acting in an un-inmate-like fashion by asking questions of the booking clerk in the booking process, like, please may I keep my reading glasses? And a guard, seeing him ask questions, taken him along, thrown him into an isolation cell, and as I saw in the log, booked him for being put in what is known by the prisoners as the hole for non-cooperation with the booking process. By the way, you told me, Tony, that you spent the first 2 hours in that cell talking to the other prisoners, trying to figure out, each of you, why you were in the hole, right? Tony figured out it was because he was asking questions, which was correct. What you may not know, since you haven't seen the log, is that the next 2 people to be put in that cell had the same notation. Non-cooperation with the booking process.
There were some very nice guys in the hole there.
All non-cooperators, right? And so, again, to just tell this briefly in context of this long discussion, as I understand it, after about 2 hours, he began asking quietly for about half an hour for his lawyer that he wanted to call his lawyer. He was ignored. He began banging on the door of the cell and was got some attention. That 4 or 5 guards came in, kicked his feet out from under him, chained his legs, and ran the chain up through manacles on his wrists, which were manacled behind his back, so he was trussed up on his stomach. Is that right? The other guards pulled him away from the door, took the chains off his legs, which I was very impressed to hear. The other prisoners.
The other people in the hole with me.
Right.
And in fact, that really there was there's one old guy who looked to be about 65 or so, who I'd been mad at earlier because he wouldn't keep his mouth shut. He kept rapping on and on and on. I lost my temper with him, and I said, please, knock it off. I want to get some sleep, And he was, and I was really sorry I'd done that, because as it turned out, he was the first one to come and help me, because all the other prisoners knew that they could get into trouble for that, because the guards could see through the window and had one chance to come up and look through the window, and had seen this man helping me edge out. It took us about a half hour to inch out of the chains. Had the guards seen him, he would have been in trouble. He might have gotten in trouble, for all I know.
I heard this from Tony right away, and it was my first story that I heard from him about the spirit of the other prisoners, the ones who would take risks to talk to him, as he was describing earlier, when he had a sign in his cell, no unauthorized inmates can communicate.
As you're talking, but it seems to me this all leads up to what you've said just now, that there's a mirror involved here. The way Tony was in prison and other of his colleagues in prison, fellow convicts, was a reflection of what you saw in Vietnam on the other side, Vietnamese prisoners, in a way, isn't it?
Well, it's what Tony is the one who saw the prisoners over there. It's a reflection of what I've seen in the prisoners of RAND and the Pentagon in this country. There are those, as Tony says, who come up and help, or who share risks. And then there are those, there are a lot of people...
You said the prisoners of RAND.
Yeah.
That's what we
in RAND.
Yeah.
In RAND. But
prisoners in RAND.
The story here I wanted to lead up to, and get Tony's reaction to it, if I can, is this. That I got a lot of this story from, having talked to Tony earlier on the phone, from the captain of the guard, who was on the watch. Tony had been released to him finally after they'd taken the manacles off and the chain off. And he showed me the log, he showed me where Tony had been kept. And he mentioned that Tony was very angry when he came in, very irritated. I said, really? Why was that? I hadn't told him that I'd heard the story from Tony already. And he said, well, he'd been kept waiting booking all night, and he'd been put in the isolation cell. I said, really? Is that all? He didn't say anything about being manacled and chained? I said, no.
I said, he came in here to complain about being in the isolation cell, and he didn't mention the fact that he'd been chained. Actually, I asked him later, after he'd shown me the log, which ended at 10:30, where he said inmate Russo is now ready to cooperate with the booking process. That's how you got out. I asked him why it said nothing about the chaining. And he said, oh, that's normal. He said, that's routine. They do that so often. They wouldn't log that. And that made it clear, what was clear in later weeks, that he wasn't getting any unusual treatment. They weren't discriminating against him. He was just getting normal treatment for a non-compliant, non-submissive person, a person who wasn't acting like an inmate. But then the captain began talking to me more openly. And this is what I wanted to tell you, Tony. If you remember this guy at all. Do you remember his face? He said, you know, I said to Mr. Russo when he came in that I'm here for the same reason you are. He said, I'm a prisoner here. I said, what do you mean by that? He said, well, it's a jail, isn't it? I'm here, aren't I? I said, well, you go home at night, don't you? He said, well, he sort of shrugged. Then later in the conversation, as we were waiting for someone to find someone with authority to let me in to visit Tony the next day, he went on and he said, I have to say I admire you and Russo. He said, I admire your guts. He said, I don't have that courage. And I couldn't do it, but I have to admire you. So I said, what makes you think you don't have the courage? He said, well, I don't come from the same background. And he said, after all, I'm in sort of a military, what amounts to a military outfit here. I said, I was in the Defense Department when I was authorized access to the Pentagon Papers. Wasn't for it. He said, well, I don't know. It's a different background. Now, thinking back later, I would have liked to pursue that with him and ask him just what it was he saw in his background that made him think that he was prevented somehow, in personal terms, in terms of courage or commitment, from doing what he saw that we had done. But he came back to this point, and he said, I wouldn't be here if I weren't being punished. It's a jail. And later I was told by some reporters that's true, that the men get put there, the officers, the captains, really is a kind of punishment within the police. Did you know that?
Jailers.
Let me tell you one other thing. I looked around. We were in a windowless room, which I thought was not a very nice room they'd assigned him in the middle of the building. Tony pointed out to me later, there were no windows on that building. It's a windowless building, like the windowless tanker that I mentioned earlier, that Secretary of Defense flew around the world in. You could be in that building for a year, as Tony could have been, serving his contempt, waiting while they tried to coerce him to testify in secret, and never see sunlight unless he went to court. No reporters could come in to see Tony. Reporters wanted to come in at that point to see what had happened to the man they'd been interviewing the day before and see the cell he'd been held in. But a reporter can't see a federal prisoner. And in other words, there are no windows in that building to keep people from looking in. It isn't to keep the prisoners from looking out. We were saying earlier that Attica was a mirror of bureaucracy and of society. And it is in this sense. To me, having heard what Tony's experiences in jail were, and the torture that this amounted to, that he was submitted to, and that the whole experience amounted to, and the physical torture, being beaten several times in there to make him more compliant. This is what happens when human beings are given power in a bureaucracy, given the tools of violence, given authority to use violence to get their way or to protect themselves from failure in carrying out their bureaucratic duties, and when they're protected by total invisibility in doing it, when they have secrecy to protect them, right?
That blows my mind about that captain, yes.
You know what this...
I see him in an entirely different way now.
No, but right.
You know?
Now, he was acting I don't even want to tell how friendly he got in the end, because they'd track him down.
Yeah.
But I was describing him to some reporters later, and they were very struck by these words of his, you see, though it didn't surprise them to hear him call himself a prisoner or being punished. They'd heard that before. But then when I described who it was, one of them said, "Oh, I know him. He had a very good job before."
Wow.
And he said, there's only one reason that he could have for being in that jail.
Gee.
For leaking information to reporters that he shouldn't have given.
Dan, he did tell me that he was a prisoner too. I remember when he came, I was chained up in the isolation cell, and he came, and he stood there, and the door was opened, and he said, "Would you like a cigarette?" He said, "Come and have a cup of coffee." Of course, at the time, I thought he was trying to buy me off. I thought he was trying to be nice, but boy, what you say...
He quoted himself to me as saying, "I'm here for the same reason you are."
Really?
Yeah. And I think he was saying a great deal when he said that. And he said a lot of other things. When he talked about being in jail, I said, "Well, there's lots of jails in this society. All kinds of jails." And he said, "Yeah, and jails in people's minds."
Fantastic.
I looked at him, you see, and I thought, who am I talking to here exactly, you see? But here was a man so conscious of where he was. He said, "I wouldn't be here if I weren't being punished." He said, "Of course, I could have left. They gave me the chance to quit. I'd throw 20 years down the drain. But forget it, I'm here." And he was doing his time. I asked him, by the way, what kind of cell you were now in. He didn't know. He said, he's in another cell block. He said, "That's in the other cell block in the next row."
Mm-hmm.
And so he called up somebody to find out what kind of cell you were in now to answer my question, and remarked that he'd never seen those cells, so he didn't know. I said, "How long have you been here?" He said, 3.5 years. And I recognized, a brother bureaucrat.
But what Dan just said also brought something else to mind now very clearly. And that is the analogy, Dan, that you keep making between the bureaucracies, say the various kinds of bureaucracies. Well, for example, between Rand and the LA County Jail. And you made the analogy between, well, the people who, here's what came into my mind. I see that analogy very clearly now. And I related to you how I felt about the prisoners who took risk to come and talk to me in prison. Wow. Now the analogy is very clear. You were the first prisoner who ever took a risk to help me out. Because when I was fired at the Rand Corporation, Dan Ellsberg is the only man who went to authority and defended me. You see, when I was fired by the head of my department, although other people at Rand had come to me, throughout my whole time at Rand, had talked to me, 2 to 2, just them and me. And they had praised my work, they had praised me. One gentleman whom I'd worked for, who was many years my senior and had a lot of gray hair and was a very troubled man, told me once that that he should be working for me. And so for a long time I thought I was doing pretty good there, but then I got fired. None of these people came to help me when I got fired. None came to help me, and that disturbed me. I thought, well, maybe I thought I was doing okay, but maybe I really wasn't. Maybe they were just being nice to me. Only one man came to help me out, and that was Dan. And Dan.
Well, I needed you there. Because, at that point, I didn't really know you personally, the way we got to know each other later, actually. Because Tony stayed at Rand for a while he wasn't dropped summarily. But at that point, I did not know you personally particularly, but I did know that you were one of the few people I was learning from in that building, and I had a lot to learn from you, and I liked you, But I, above all, respected you professionally. It was perfectly obvious to me that there was no basis here for criticizing your professional work. But, you know, on this point you mentioned, though, about, you know, people coming up to you, you know, because despite the fact you had a sign around you saying no unauthorized inmates.
But by the way, it said no unauthorized persons, and below that it said no inmate is authorized.
Or is a person.
Right.
But you see, an inmate is a person who asks himself whether or not he has been authorized to speak to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In our
Right,
society,
right.
and we've known a lot of people like that.
Right.
If you talk to somebody without asking yourself that question, you cease to be an inmate, or you're not cut out
Right.
for it. And I'm reminded of you know, people come up to me now of all kinds here and there where I go, some policemen and some waiters in Chinese restaurants and stewardesses, you notice on the plane, to say thank you. Very often. That's what they don't say anything else, usually just thank you. A guy came up to me, a bearded fellow, intellectual, we've been talking about intellectuals, came up to me in the bookstore where I go often in Cambridge and said, I want to shake your hand. This happens, you know, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you know, I wrote you a letter. I said thank you to him. And he said, I wrote you a letter, but I didn't mail it. Never sent it. I said, oh, really? Why not? He said, well, I work at Lincoln Labs, which, for the audience here, is the counterpart in the East to Rand in the West. You know, yes, that works. It's associated with MIT, used to be part of MIT till the students objected, but works entirely for the Defense Department. And, well, he said, I work for Lincoln Lab. So I said, well, you could have signed a false name. He said, well, very casually, he said, well, I don't know, I don't have your guts, but I wanted to say thank you. So as he walked off, I felt like saying, well, I admire your courage for shaking my hand here in public
The
this way.
fact is, Dan Ellsberg and Tony Russo are no longer inmates, and the jailers are as jailed as the jailed. That's what it amounts to.
Tony was talking about the torture that's done on prisoners that we take and turn over to the Vietnamese in Vietnam. And relating to what happens here, you know, when I went to Vietnam, I had a number of thresholds in my mind that an American official, I felt, should never cross. I'd set out some guideposts for myself as to what I would never collaborate in, knowing the risks in a counterinsurgency war, the kind of muck you can get into from the French experience, from the German experience. Torture was one of them. I'd always said to myself in the Defense Department, if I ever find evidence that we are condoning or systematically engaging in torture, I will not only quit this effort and the government, but I will be on the outside speaking out very forcibly. Now, I did learn, of course, that the Vietnamese, as Tony says, did torture their prisoners, including ones that we turned over to them. And that was a challenge, in effect, but I guess I didn't figure that as far enough. Although, like Tony, I protested against it in various ways. But I tried to stay alert, and I asked about this possibility that American soldiers were engaged in any such practice. And although I heard of individual incidents, I never did hear of any policy. This was in 65, 67. I was very struck when Colonel Herbert jeopardized his career, sacrificed his career this year, finally to bring charges of the systematic torture that he had witnessed by Americans. And that was very shocking to me, even at this late date, because I hadn't really heard evidence of that sort, except of, as I say, of very scattered incidents, but of the systematic pattern that he described, even this late. But when the Pentagon Papers came out, and my wife, Patricia, was reading it at my request, one reason I was really anxious for her to look at it was that she had to come to worry about whether it was important enough, whether it mattered enough to be taking the risks I was taking. In view of the fact that over a period of almost 2 years, so many officials had not seen it as that important and not been willing to take such risks themselves, or to press the point, said, maybe they're right, maybe you're wrong, maybe it isn't that important. But she finally read these passages, and she read the accounts then of what had gone on when I was in the Defense Department in 1964 and 65, when they were planning the bombing of North Vietnam and then beginning to engage in it. These documents, a lot of them are in the Bantam book, and they're all, of course, in the new government printing office version, and they'll be in the Beacon Press version that comes out. So she read passages that were very familiar to me from when I had been in the Pentagon. Words about turning up the screws on the Hanoi leadership. I haven't told you this, Tony. And this was at the highest level. This is the Assistant Secretary, Undersecretary, Secretary of Defense and State level. They talked about ratchet effects. And the analogy in parenthesis in the memo is to a tennis net, which is lowered, the tension is lowered as you turn the handle, and then raised again. The explanation being that the effect would be greater on the Hanoi leadership if people should have a pause in the bombing and then have the bombing come back to them. But of course the more immediate effect, which they were hiding themselves from the image rather, was that of the rack that you're turning with a ratchet.
All the gallows.
Right.
Because they used in the Cuban Missile Crisis, they used the phrase to tighten the noose.
That's right. That's exactly right. The other image of, not an image, but just the description of the effect of flooding the dikes, bombing the dikes. So this will not drown people, but it will starve them. Parenthesis, 1 million, question mark. Unless we offer food in return for negotiations. And these were the words written now not by underlings, but by assistant secretaries and higher, who had been to Yale and Harvard, and from parents who'd been to Yale and Harvard, and who were very respected men in our society. And Patricia got up from reading these and came to me with tears in her eyes and said, "This is the language of torturers." And she was talking about pieces of paper that were written while I was in the Pentagon, working in state and defense, with these people, being part of it, criticizing it. I criticized them. In fact, I wrote some of the only criticism of the bombing policy written in defense. A strong attack within the defense. But I lost my point. I didn't get it. I stayed in that system. I participated in it. And thus, in the end, shared full responsibility with that policy. So Tony's point that our unconcern, for torture in one field reflects our unconcern with torture of Americans, I think is a very direct analogy. After all, Attica shows us what we do at home to people who are not regarded as American citizens anymore, and who, as Vice President Agnew's description of them shows clearly, are regarded as less than human. And what my wife's reaction to these documents, written while I worked for defense, showed me was that they were a mirror of how we act to people who aren't American citizens, who never had the fortune of being born American citizens, and who are certainly less than human, being Asiatics.
And you know what you say, Dan? Just brought it home to me about how, I've said that the theme of The Prisoner runs from the county jail to Hanoi. And that just came together, too, in my mind, stimulated by what you said. The failure of President Nixon to negotiate in Paris, you know what that means? I'll tell you what it means. But first of all, a little background. He is using our prisoners of war, the Americans who are held by the North Vietnamese. He's using them as political pawns. Now, President Nixon is, you know what he's doing? He's playing with their good time. Now, let me tell you what the good time is. When a prisoner here in the United States is sentenced to jail, let's say he's sentenced to jail for 10 years. Now, every month he gets, well, in the federal prisons, he gets automatically 7 days good time. You see, and what that means is that 7 days time off his sentence. So let's say that automatically, if you become a neuter when you're an inmate, all along, then 7 days accumulate every month, and that's taken off your total sentence. If you do not knuckle under, if you refuse to lick boots, if you refuse to be broken, your good time is taken away from you. You serve out the whole 10 years. If you become an informer, or if you cozy up to the authorities, which means prostrating yourself, licking their boots, then you get more good time. That means you could get up to 15 days, 20 days a month, and with a 10-year sentence, you might find yourself out after 1 year.
It's like being able to retire earlier.
Right, yeah, that's true. That's very true. So the analogy strikes me very strongly. The extension of many of the things we've said about the analogy between the prisoner here and the war, and as Vietnamization is a euphemism for incarceration, we have the very same thing with the POWs in Hanoi. The President of the United States is playing with their good time.
Well, it comes down to is what's wrong with that notion, really, as I see it now, of speaking truth to power as it applies to intellectuals, to social scientists, to researchers who work for the government, or officials, bureaucrats, is, I can put it to you after your last 48 days, how much truth can you expect to be spoken by people who see themselves as prisoners and who see their good time, which is to say, this retirement period, that date on which they'll be free of what they see as a prison, is dependent on whether they say the right things or the wrong things. You don't influence power that way. You share in the crimes of power that way. You become an accomplice, totally. You live the life not of an intellectual, but of an informer. Mm-hmm. This war is not going to be ended, ever, by people who see themselves in their official capacity as powerless except as they do the bidding of their powerful superiors.
That's true.
Who see themselves as nothing unless they have a direct dependence and relation on these powerful people.
Yes.
It will have to be ended by free men.
Dan Ellsberg, as we're seated here, just reflecting on this rather pleasant Saturday afternoon. The year is 1980, and no one seems to be quite certain which way the human race is going. And I was just thinking about something you said about a memory of yours, influences something about your father.
We were talking earlier about my son, my two sons. One is 1 year old, was 1 year old when my older son and I celebrated his birthday on the tracks at Rocky Flats. He's 3 years old now. My older son is 24. It made me think about my father and his son and that relation. Most recently, my older son and I demonstrated and committed a nonviolent civil disobedience by sitting in the doorway of my old office building, the Pentagon. In fact, we sat in at a door which was directly below the window from which I'd watched the last march on the Pentagon in 1967. I'd been on the inside then. I'd gone on the march. Were you there, by the way?
No, I wasn't at that one.
And I was already against the war. I'd come back from 2 years in Vietnam with the State Department. I was against the war, as was virtually everyone who worked in the Pentagon. They used to say in '68, after Tet, that there were 3 people in town who believed what the president was doing, which was continuing the war. The president, Lyndon Johnson, Dean Rusk, Secretary of State, and Walt Rostow, his assistant. And that wasn't meant to be a rhetorical exaggeration. No one could think of anyone else who was for the war, who didn't realize that the U.S. should close out of that operation, end the killing and the American dying as well. But the war went on. 7 more years. Actually, as I waited my turn in line with about 400 people getting arrested that day, we had to wait to sit down at this one doorway and risk arrest, get arrested. I looked up and I saw that it was just below the window where I had stood, as I mentioned, in 1967. In those days, I had gone inside the building where we were writing the Pentagon Papers, so I had a Pentagon pass at that time. I left the other marchers outside getting arrested and milling about. And our office was right next to McNamara's office. I went into that office. There were 2 people in it, McNamara and his secretary. I knew McNamara. I'd written speeches for him. And I stood at the window next to the window from which he was looking out. As I tell people, I wanted to see the expression on his face when the Yippies succeeded in levitating the building. They were going to surround it and raise it 300 feet in the air. Well, they didn't do that. I was interested in what his reaction would be to my relatives and friends and others who were outside the building, but his face was pretty inscrutable. Much later, we realized that it was about that time that he was in the process of getting himself fired from the president, by the president, fired upstairs to the World Bank so that he wouldn't join the Bobby Kennedy campaign and speak out against the war. So he was against the war. That much, enough to lose his job. But he never did speak out against the war. He never told what he knew, although I believe he was one man who had the authority and the information to have ended that war at any time that he did speak out. Among other things, he had the Pentagon Papers, just as I did, and could have put it out without any thought of legal jeopardy. He wouldn't have been indicted for 115 years. He had the right to declassify it just as he'd classified it. But he knew much more than that. He could have spoken out. And although he had been against the bombing, indeed, after he had discovered that it was useless and was failing. So to correct that, he had been crucial in starting the bombing. But within a year of doing that, he really had been important in keeping a lid on it, keeping it down. By the time he left, he had kept it down to 1.5 million tons of bombs, all what we had dropped on Europe in World War II. But he kept silent for the next 7 years, during which we dropped 6 million more tons of bombs, 4 times what he dropped. 2 World War IIs dropped after he got on. He kept silent. Well, I kept silent. Others kept silent in that building who were against the war for a time. Eventually, I gave the Pentagon Papers 2 years later to Fulbright. The day we went to the Pentagon, a cabinet officer did something that hadn't been done for 65 years and something that McNamara didn't do. Vance resigned on the morning that we went to the Pentagon a couple of weeks ago in protest over a government policy, not just quietly going out as a member of the team who had gotten tired or had better opportunities, but clearly signaling that he believed that on a matter of war and peace, the leader of our country was behaving in a reckless and wrongful manner. He told us that even without giving us yet any details, but that's a lot. No one had done anything like that. As I say, McNamara had not, no one else had. It's a precedent I hope other people will follow, very creative. We thought ourselves at the Pentagon doing what Vance had just done in our own way. We didn't have the office that allowed us to make such a dramatic move of saying, I quit, I resign, I protest. But we were doing what we could in our own lives, just as he was doing what he could.
Well, I come back to my father. He had worked in this city, Chicago, as a structural engineer from 1923 to about 1931, the year I was born. He was laid off, actually, I think in 1930. I had once came across a suitcase in the attic, which was filled with letters, and when I went through it as a boy, curious to see what these letters were, they were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of applications for work as a structural engineer. Now, I talked to him last night by phone. He's 91 now, and he's living at Atlanta. I asked him if there were any buildings in this city that were still standing, probably, that he worked on. He said that he didn't believe you could look in any direction in this city without seeing a building that he'd worked on. He worked on the first skyscraper here, the Tribune Tower.
He did?
Yeah, and just he named off a lot of buildings that were not familiar to me. He was the chief structural engineer on that. After that, then, he spent this 2 years of looking for work, with no work at all. This enormous pile of letters. I mention that because Sid Lenz last night was telling me how hard it was for me, of my generation, born in 1931, to understand the psychological impact, the self-deprecation, the loss of self-confidence that comes, as Sid found, from going day after day after day looking for work and finding one. And Sid had that experience when he was 19 or 20. My father had it with a family and children to support as a professional man. Well, he then did get work. We moved to Springfield, later to Detroit. He worked on the biggest factories ever built, actually, even to this day. The Ford Willow Run plant, which was the biggest, he was the chief engineer, the biggest plant in the world under one roof. And then he worked, that was a bomber plant, and then worked on the Dodge Chicago plant, another bomber plant, which was which was then the biggest, bigger than the Ford plant. I once, a few years ago, looking at some economic problems, this was long after the Pentagon Papers had come out, called him up to remind me what his income pattern had been, because my vague memory was that he had, all during this time, had not made very much money, despite being the chief engineer at the biggest, what was then the biggest firm in the world, first Albert Kahn and then Giffords and Rossetti in Detroit.
Really?
And he was the chief engineer at Giffords and Rossetti. My memory was that he had not made very much money. I very specifically remembered that my first job at the Rand Corporation out of college was for $12,000, which my memory was more than he had made until after the war, because all the immigrant high qualified professionals came from Germany and Austria and Hungary as Jewish emigres. And the market was very depressed for engineers. So all this time I was on full scholarship, say in grade school. I went to a prep school and then to Harvard, all on full scholarship, because my father was making, up till the First World War, something like $5,000 a year with jobs like this. And even during the war, he was up to $7,000 or $9,000.
Even though he was a top structural engineer?
Top, yes. Yeah. Because they were so happy to have work after this experience, and because, as I say, there were a lot of them over here. So, my memory then was that he had never really made a higher salary until after the war, when he worked for the Atomic Energy Commission, where he was the chief structural engineer at the Hanford, Washington, whole project of the plutonium separation project up there, and plutonium production, where he started at $17,000 or something, a very big jump in his salary. And he confirmed all that. He was at this point, when I was talking to him now, about 88 or so. And then I happened to ask him, how was it that you left Giffords and Valet, as it was then called? He said, well, they wanted me to be chief engineer on a project that would make the H-bomb. I said, no, when was that now? He said, December 1949. I said, well, Dad, you must have the dates wrong because I'm doing some research on the history of the H-bomb project right now, and they were just considering building the H-bomb at that point. Truman didn't make the decision till January. And as I've been reading, that was November, December, were just when the General Advisory Commission under Oppenheimer was considering and recommending against building the H-bomb. They were overruled by Truman. So I had all these dates in my mind. I said, you couldn't have known about this in December 49. Nobody knew about it. And he said, well, no, I knew about it. I know I can't be wrong on the date. December 49 is when I left. I said, well, how could they have told you about it? He said, well, they had to have somebody to be in charge of the plant. They were thinking about production for this, long in advance of the decision. I was just been in charge at Hanford. I was the logical person. He said, I had a Q clearance.
Hanford is where? This is
Washington, Hanford, Washington.
Washington.
So I said, well, you must have been one of the first civilians or non-physicists in the country to hear about the H-bomb. He said, well, that might be true. I'd never heard any of this before. See, I was now
This is very
40. I was about
ironic,
47 or so.
Yeah.
And it had never come up. So I said, well, how did you happen to leave? He said, well, I didn't want to build an H-bomb. He said, I hadn't wanted to work on he said, Hanford being an atom bomb plant at all. He said, when I took the job, I wasn't cleared yet. They didn't actually tell me exactly what it was, and I thought it was for nuclear energy, which sounded all right. And then I had misgivings when I did learn soon that it was for production, for materials for the A-bomb, the atom bomb. But he said, I was convinced the Russians were going to get it soon, and they told me, and the country needed this and so forth, and I went along with that. He said, but the H-bomb, I didn't like the sound of. And he said, when they told me about it, I went back to my office and I told my deputy, these guys are crazy. They have an A-bomb, now they want an H-bomb. They're going to go right through the alphabet till they got a Z-bomb. And I said to him, when he said that, I said, well, they've just gotten to N so far. The president had just decided to build the neutron bomb. So I said, well, did anybody else, why were you so disturbed? And he said, well, the H-bomb. And he said it was a factor of 1,000, which is correct. And I see the
1,000 over the
1,000
A-bomb.
over the A-bomb. Just as the A-bomb was a factor of 1,000 over the blockbusters of World War II. So here, 4 years after the end of the war, they were proposing a weapon that was 1,000,000 times more powerful than these blockbusters, in addition to the fallout problem. And he also said, there was one other thing that bothered me very much. He said, already at Hanford, he said they were having to build what they call temporary storage, which they're still using, for the radioactive waste out there. And he said, I couldn't stand the thought that I was going to be involved in making parts of my own country uninhabitable for 500,000 years. And actually, let me correct that. What he said was for 25,000 years. And I was struck at his age 88 at remembering that figure, because the half-life of plutonium, which is what the figure they usually use for it, is 24,000 years. And that means, though, that half of it is left after 24,000 years. So a good figure for the amount of time that, a given amount is still radioactive is about 500,000 years. So he said, I couldn't stand doing that to my country. I said, how did others feel that way? He said, there were others who were disturbed. Did any of them quit? He said, no, none of them quit. And now with the background I've given, I'm saying it hit me right away as I heard this. He'd just had 2 or 3 years now, the first good-paying job in his life. And with this background, of years out of work that so many others had had in his generation, he quit. He didn't have any job. He didn't have any alternative. And he left. He went looking for work for a while. It had a happy ending because his message got through to the head of the firm, who hired him back as chief engineer of the non-nuclear parts of the operation, and later and quit. The firm eventually got out of the AEC work. But I said, well, what got into you? Why were you the only one? What made you? Because my image of my father was that up till the Pentagon Papers, he had been a total Republican.
He'd voted for Nixon as late as 1972. That's after the Pentagon Papers, but keeping in mind that he didn't realize that Nixon was a particular, had me on an enemies list or something, you know. I wasn't aware of any duel with Nixon at that point.
Your father then was for Nixon in 72.
Well, yes, even as late as that.
So what is it that impelled him to do it?
So he said, you did. I said, what had gotten through to you? What gave you such a strong feeling? He said, you did. Now, I'd heard that, incidentally, once before from him, but it was about the war. He had become as good a spokesperson against the war as, let's say, I was. I would have been glad to have him represent my views. And that was a tremendous change for him. I first heard him talking that way when I was underground and I saw him on television in Detroit. He didn't know where I was. Of course, I hadn't told him what I'd done with the Pentagon Papers, copying them and giving them to Fulbright and the newspapers, but the papers came to him and he began telling them why I had done it, if I had, which he didn't know. He said, I don't know if he's done it, but he might have, because this is what he believes. And he said that I had converted him, really, on the war. My letters from Vietnam, as so many sons, you know, affected their parents from Vietnam that way. And he said, yes, you convinced me, you opened my eyes on that. And I said at the time, I said, so you learned from your son, like so many other people. He said, that's right. But now on this subject, he said, you did. You changed my mind on the bomb. I said, well, how could that be? That's crazy. I didn't even know you were doing this. And anyway, you know, I was young. I was away at college.
He's talking about something 31 years ago now.
He's talking now about 1949, when I was 28. So
Yeah.
I was away. Oh, 49. What was I?
Yeah, 49.
now
I'm saying...
49, I'm sorry. I was 18.
Yeah.
So I was away at college. I didn't talk to him about it at all.
But he says, you,
Right.
at that age of 18,
Yeah.
played a role in his withdrawing
Well,
from the
actually,
job.
I said, well, that can't be. I didn't even discuss it with you. I didn't know. By the way, I asked him, how come you've never told me any of this before? He said, I couldn't talk to my family about this. You weren't cleared.
Wow.
You didn't have clearances.
Wow.
Because I did have a Q clearance later, it turned out. But he said, no, it was when you were 14. He said, you were very disturbed at the time of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That upset you very much. And that was my memory. I had a very clear memory of that. And he said, then later, he said, there was an article in the New Yorker that you came home one day and you showed it to me. And I said, that must have been John Hersey's piece on Hiroshima. And he said, that's right. He said, well, you said you were crying and you said, Dad, you've got to read this. It's the worst thing I've ever read. So he said, I read it. And I realized, you know, how bad this was. So he said, when it came to the H-bomb, that was too much. Now, the contrast with the people I worked with until then, and with the physicists of that time, is very noteworthy, because of what it says for what humans can do to resist these things and what they usually don't do. I know from my studies of this now, I gave a course on this general subject to Stanford last year, so I was reading up on it, that at the very time that he was resigning from the job because of the H-bomb, a number of physicists were considering the problem and recommending against the H-bomb for exactly the same reasons. These were not pacifists. They had all worked on the atom bomb, and they all still believed that the atom bomb had been necessary and was even justified. They were people who had not left the program. They were still working for the government. Many of them still are, who are still alive. Hans Bethe, Rabi, Fermi, who's dead, Oppenheimer, who's dead. The major physicists from the Manhattan Project now are on the General Advisory Commission of the AEC. The people now who are proud of their production of the atom bomb, a very select group, looked at the H-bomb and said, this must never come into existence. They used language that I think has probably never before or since been used in a government report. I've never seen the word evil about a proposed government project. And the minority, one of the strongest parts of the report, a minority by Fermi and Rabi, said this is an evil weapon by its nature. The point they made was, they made very strongly, this is not an atom bomb. We could say in modern terms, now that all of our weapons are thermonuclear weapons, are H-bombs, we can express what they were saying by saying the atom bomb is in every thermonuclear weapon. It is the trigger for the thermonuclear weapon. But their point was not just that it's a difference in scale, though they used the factor of 1,000 as a measure of it. They said the real point is that there is no limit to the destructiveness of the H-bomb at all. Practically speaking, it turns out there is a limit of a mere 500,000 tons equivalent of TNT to the atom bomb. But I'm saying the standard weapon in 1961 was 20 million tons of TNT, and there's no limit at all. You can make it any power whatever if you, let's say, you put it in a ship and fill it full of enough material. In other words, if you have a vehicle to carry it. So they said this is a weapon then that is genocidal in its effect, they used that word, and threatens the survival of humanity. The A-bomb only allowed you to do what you were already doing with one bomb. It allowed you to do with one bomb what you were already doing with 1,000 bombers. But we had 1,000 bombers, so we were able to inflict the same level of destruction without using atom bombs that we did with atom bombs. The H-bomb carries you to an entirely different level of destruction, which they saw at that very earliest stage threatens everything on life in a way that even the atom bomb did not begin to do. I'm emphasizing this, by the way, to say that, as we were saying earlier, I've found that nowadays most Americans don't know the difference between an A-bomb and an H-bomb. If you ask them in an audience, very few people in an audience will say they can tell the difference, even in this scale factor that I've described. There's a reason why they don't know, for instance. It so happens. Actually, some documents were just revealed, Gordon Dean's diary from that day. Gordon Dean was a commissioner. His classified diary has just been released in part. And he shows on one occasion when there was concern that fallout from one of the earliest thermonuclear tests, H-bomb tests in this country, would endanger people in St. George, Utah, as many of them are dying from it today, would cause fallout that would hurt people in this country by the testing. There was a question of how to handle the public relations on it. And Dean notes in his diary, from the president himself, who had to deal with the problem, Eisenhower says, keep them confused as the difference between atomic and hydrogen. That's a direct quote, do not mention the words fission, fusion, or thermonuclear in the dispatches. And basically that's been followed ever since. So people don't understand this difference. A difference as great between atomic and hydrogen bombs as between the earlier bombs. Threshold, thus, making it a millionfold. All right. The scientists then perceived this, and even the ones who had been in favor of dropping the bombs on Hiroshima now said, let us not produce the hydrogen bomb. Let us instead propose with the Russians that we have, controlled procedures that this is not built. Their argument was this, by the way. They did not take the position, as some of their critics later charged, that if we didn't build it, that would solve the problem. Because, as they said, they knew perfectly well, if we did not build it, the Russians might go ahead anyway, and we couldn't stop them. But they said, if we do build it, the Russians certainly will go ahead, which is what happened, of course. Therefore, rather than going ahead unilaterally and ensuring that we both do it, better that we try, that we both refrain from doing it. And we have a chance. That gives us a chance. That argument, by the way, could be applied to almost every weapon since where we've led the way. Up to the neutron bomb. If we build it, they will. If we don't, they may, but they may not, and their incentive is, for not doing it, is that if they do it, they see perfectly well, we will do it.
Right.
So the choice for both sides is either we both do it or neither of us do it. Those are the two choices. And we only have a chance at avoiding this weapon if we refrain from doing it unilaterally. Well, that was their argument. All right. They were overruled by Truman. By Truman in Atchison. In January and in February of 1950, they decided to go ahead on a crash program for the H-bomb. Every one of the scientists who had said that this threatened the existence of humanity, should never come into existence, should not be done unilaterally by the United States, that it was an evil weapon because it threatened all life on Earth, every one of them, when the president decided to go ahead, signed up. Even Oppenheimer, who was charged with not having enough enthusiasm for the project, did help them find recruits, gave advice, and presided over meetings later that backed the H-bomb program. Fermi, the emigre, who was most against the weapon, worked on it, saying, later explained to people, well, the president had decided, the commander-in-chief, he had one kind of, immigrant mentality of patriotism, of saying, well, this is my new adopted country, I've got to do what the leader says. And but the others, who were Native Americans, behaved the same way. Well, they all saluted, and they went along.
So you're touching on.
I read that on the one hand, and I had just been studying that. See, and that's understandable. It's deplorable, but understandable. And now I was learning, there was one American.
Your father.
My father, who didn't behave that way. He didn't have any other job. All these people, by the way, had other jobs.
Well, yeah.
He didn't. He said no. He just didn't do it. And 65 years ago, a Secretary of State did that when he thought the president was leading us toward war, William Jennings Bryan. That's how far back you have to go for a cabinet person to say no the way Vance just did. So you can look at this then from two directions. You can say, how will we ever survive if if everybody's going to behave that way? And then the other side is to say, well, everybody is an approximation. It's a good approximation, but it's not quite right. Not everybody. There always has been that other alternative of saying no and resigning from that.
So in a way, perhaps it's not accidental. I'm no believer in the genetic aspect of life determining it all. But here's a case in point. Even though your father was conservative, there's some aspect that made him say no. As indeed you, who have learned through the years, you've been within the establishment, within the bone of the establishment, saying no. And perhaps that's what the answer always is. It may not be consensus, but that person.
When it's true, I had earlier come to think that the main influence was from me to him, somehow because of the Vietnam matter, which had changed him so radically in his 80s on a political matter like that. And now he was telling me somehow that he had done something which was as unusual and as spectacular in its way as I had done. He had done the right thing. He had done what the scientists should have done and didn't do.
Maybe then.
And so there must have been something there. I know that when I was underground for 10 days, putting out the Pentagon Papers, the FBI was looking for me. And I didn't give myself up because I was busy distributing these papers to various newspapers, and I didn't give myself up till I'd distributed them all. But I did, at one point, all the networks wanted to interview me, if they could get in touch, and I was interviewed by Walter Cronkite at an undisclosed location. I don't even know where it was myself. Very hot day, afternoon, I recall. And at the end of it, he asked me what I hoped for. And from this, what I hoped would come out of it. And I just thought it was something from my father came into my mind, which was almost surprising looking back on it, because I hadn't been that close to my father. A thought of my father came into my mind. I said my father's favorite quotation from the Bible, which I heard from him all the time when I was growing up, was from John. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And I said that I hoped that there was a lot of truth in these volumes, and I hoped that they would help free us from this war. So there must have been something he passed on.
Yeah, I think I'm just listening to this very moving story. During a previous conversation with Daniel Ellsberg the same day, spoke of himself and his son seated on those tracks trying to stop the, in this instance, Rocky Flats building of a nuclear plant. And we go back, don't we, to a certain moment in his life, in his father's life, and perhaps that's what it's all about, maybe. at this moment in history, if need be, just one person, one or two or three saying no. No to, I suppose, no to death and yes to life, in a sense.
It's interesting, each person like Vance now has a chance to, he's done something creative now, a way of saying no for a high-level person that others can learn from and do the same, and will have an impact far beyond his own action. Actually, as I think of it, my father's action was, after all, totally silent, invisible at the time. He didn't tell most of his colleagues why he was quitting. He didn't tell his own family. And yet, something in my father clearly got through. I think, I'm sure, I have no doubt, influenced me later on. I took my son, Robert, when he was 13, to help me copy the Pentagon Papers. And I did that not just because I needed extra hands, though I did to some extent, but I could have gotten other helpers on that. But because I thought I'd be in jail for the rest of my life, shortly after, I thought that the papers would come out within weeks in '69 through Fulbright or some other means. And they didn't, in fact. But I thought that as a result, I'd be in jail, would never see the children again, except in a visiting room or through thick glass or something. And they'd really never have a chance to know that very well what was the truth behind the charges I was sure they would hear. As it worked out, my act was very controversial, obviously angered and dismayed many people, but also got appreciation from a lot of people. But I hadn't expected that. I thought I would be portrayed as nothing but a traitor to my party and my team, if nothing else. And very bad terms, crazy. So I wanted my children to see that I was doing this very deliberately and calmly, in a kind of business-like way, as just the job that had to be done, even though it would send me to jail, as I told them. And I wanted them to know that not just for their relation with me, which I felt pretty soon wasn't going to amount to much, but for themselves, so that the time would come when they would realize that they might have to do something like that it would be right. I felt, they were too young to read the papers. They couldn't know whether I was doing the right thing, but they could at least see that I thought clearly and calmly that I was doing the right thing, and that a person might find it necessary to go to jail to avoid doing something wrong, to do the right thing. And that was something I could give them, even though it's kind of a heavy burden, conceivably. Well, they both have, as I say, my son and I did get arrested at Rocky Flats years later. And that wasn't his first arrest. He's been arrested more than I have, I guess, because he lives in the East near Seabrook. And he worked with the Catholic Worker, editor of the Catholic Worker paper for 2 years. Done many actions of this sort, and that is his life now to a large extent, now that he's 24. While we were in jail, my daughter came out to the tracks from Yale, so we were all working together for the first time since the Pentagon Papers, when she had helped. But
having that protest together stays together.
Well, it's a slippery slope, these actions. But it occurs to me, you haven't heard this, I think. He was in jail for, we were in jail for 16 days then. Because the judge had put a condition, he wouldn't give us bond unless we would promise not to go back to the tracks, and that was not our purpose. Our purpose was to stop those tracks if possible. We weren't going to agree to that, so he had to stay in jail. He chose to fast during that time as part of the overall action. So because he fasted, they put him in solitary confinement, allegedly to observe him. But actually that meant a punishment cell, basically, with nothing in it at all, no toilet, nothing, hole in the floor. And I didn't get to see him then until we all were arraigned 16 days later. And we all got in line, handcuffed, to walk over to the court. I hadn't seen him. He didn't look very good. And in fact, that day, the 16th day of a total fast, he'd been quite faint and nauseated. got into the courtroom. His daughter, my daughter, his sister, was there in the courtroom, and she cried when she saw him. He looked terrible. But when it came time to speak, and he chose to plead no contest and take a sentence right away so he could get back to New York and help prepare for the Seabrook demonstration. He couldn't stay around with us for the trial. So he gave a statement before sentencing to the judge. And weak as he was, he gave the statement in a very strong voice to the judge, who had previously said he didn't want statements or demonstrations or anything in the courtroom. Can I read you some of this? Because he had written it the night before in his cell. I mean, I want all this, but you can cut it if you want. He described the Catholic worker that he worked with in their works of charity and various things, and their feelings of responsibility to the poor. And then he went on to say, by sitting on railroad tracks and rocky flats, 1 dozen, 2 dozen, even 100 people, we ourselves may not actually be able to stop the production of plutonium triggers there. But we are trying to show that we as a people, if we wish and if we are determined, have that power. The power to change ourselves and history. We as a people can close rocky flats, and in fact, that is what we must do. We do not deny that the goal of worldwide disarmament is a complicated one and filled with risks, but it is time we began accepting the risks of peacemaking as we have so long lived under the risks of war. Perhaps I didn't need to come to Colorado to say this. I might say, by the way, that Colorado is where both my mother and father grew up. And so all of my relatives are in Colorado, and one reason that I chose Colorado for repeated civil disobedience at the Rocky Flats plant, I've been arrested 5 times there, was because the same sense my father had about Hanford, that this is a plant that is poisoning a state that I grew up in and loved. I didn't need to come to Colorado to say this, Robert went on, to say that peace will come when we will translate our faith into action. I could have stayed home and written a letter to my congressman. I could have collected signatures on a petition. I could be saying all this from the comfort and security of my own apartment. Instead, I am speaking to you now, having spent 16 days as a guest in your county jail, 9 days of that time in solitary confinement, which is a 6 by 6 foot concrete cage with no bed, chair, light, window, toilet, or sink. For 16 days, I've eaten no food. And I'm grateful to the court for this. I'm grateful to the court for allowing me the opportunity to dramatize in such a small way the life and death seriousness of the matter that brings us here today. And now I face a possible year in jail. From what has happened this morning, I suspect the court will not be so severe. Perhaps in the future the stakes will be higher for us, but it is a risk I am willing to face. This is not because I enjoy jail. I do not enjoy the possibility of being separated from my friends, my family, and those I love. The possibility of being returned to my cage, in which I would not want to put any person. But I am prepared if this is what must be. Because we are living in a dark age, and many men and women will have to face greater risks than these if we are ever to see any light. He said this all in a very strong voice. I find that as I read it, it makes me cry a little bit. We were all crying at the time, watching him. He wasn't. And I sincerely hope that for you, Judge, as for everyone in this courtroom, there is something, someone, some cause for which you would willingly face these risks. For that is what makes our lives precious and beautiful. Whether we give our lives for freedom, love, peace, or money, power, and war, we have it to give only once. For us, the choice is clear. Rocky Flats is the Auschwitz of our time. Behind that barbed wire and those locked doors, intelligent, decent family men in their white suits and their security badges are implementing the technological preparations for the final solution to the human problem. In each bomb prepared at Rocky Flats is another Holocaust. Perhaps for the children of Moscow, Peking, Hanoi, those who build them don't know. At one of the German concentration camps, I believe it was Dachau, the American troops who liberated it forced the townspeople to tour the camp, to see the huddled, emaciated survivors, the piles of corpses, the ovens that had disposed of the dead. And of course they were numbed and shocked, and they said, "We didn't know. We didn't know what was in those boxcars. We didn't know what came out of those chimneys." We would like to spare the people of this county, this state, and our country that kind of experience. So we are shouting, we are trying to warn the people what kind of cargo goes over those railroad tracks in sealed boxcars and is killing and mutilating your unborn children by increasing levels of cancer, leukemia, and genetic mutation, even if the bombs never go off. And we are doing more than that. There are people right now who are blocking those tracks. There is a group of people, someday they will be thanked, now they are jailed, who are saying, "Build your bombs, continue your business as usual in this death camp. But I must withdraw my consent. You will have to do it over our bodies." They are saying no longer should nuclear bombs be made in this country without Americans being arrested. And when I heard that in Colorado there were people who were willing to say this and act on it, I had to come here, because I knew these were people I wanted to know and to join and to be with. I don't know what you will do with us. I know some face more serious charges. But I must say how happy and proud I am at this moment to have had a small role in this action. And I thank you for listening patiently and for helping make it possible for me to be here today in such beautiful company. Thank you all. As he said this, by the way, he turned away from the judge. As I say, he said all this in a very strong voice. He mastered his sickness. He turned away and he faced the defendants who filled the courtroom. There was nothing but defendants in the courtroom from this action. The judge had warned us not to demonstrate and all, but we were all cheering, we were all crying. And they cleared the courtroom.
And I think perhaps, Dan Ellsberg, that there's your son, there's your father, and there is you. And perhaps this is where our hope may lie, not simply in you, your father and your son, but perhaps there are thousands, millions who may feel as you three have and do, but may not be able to say it. And you and your colleagues, in that sense, give us hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A little over 10 years ago that I was copying the Pentagon Papers in the fall of 1969. My kids have grown up since then, my older two children. They helped me copy at the time. There was one night that I had them in. My son Robert, who was 13 then, was working the Xerox machine, and I was collating, and my daughter, who was 10 then, was cutting top secret off the top and bottom of the pages with the scissors. They had a little cottage industry going. They're draft age now. And in fact, the Vietnam War itself went on long enough for my 13-year-old son to become 18. I really hadn't thought back in 1969 that I was fighting a war that could itself threaten my son's life. I didn't think it would go on that long. The United States dropped more bombs after the Pentagon Papers in '69, after the moratorium and the mobilization of the fall of 1969, than it had dropped earlier. We dropped about 3 million tons of bombs before I copied the Pentagon Papers, a little over that, about 50% more than all of World War II. We had another 4 million to go, 2 World War IIs to go. So the Pentagon Papers didn't end the war. very quickly. Nothing ended the war quickly. And the time came for my son, as I say, to turn in his registration card. He was 18 and faced jail for that. And now again, he's still in the age limit if there's a draft, as is my daughter. But this time I noticed it is a much more hopeful mood in some ways. In 1974, when he got to be draft age before, he was at college at Harvard and found that he was the only person he knew at that time who saw registration and saw going for the draft as a moral issue, a serious political issue. They weren't drafting people at that point, you know. Nixon had defused a lot of the protest by bringing down U.S. combat involvement and draft involvement while maintaining and increasing the bombing and the casualties for Vietnamese. So he was almost alone, as far as he knew, in his class in seeing this as a very pressing issue. This year, it's very clear that, as he put it to me, we're going into a war rather than getting out of one. A lot of people who are 18 and over now see the draft as part of an overall policy that's moving us toward a war, and they're going to resist it on that ground. And I believe that we're, compared to the progress of the war, which is coming, we have a very large movement, and it's going to get much larger.
You say compared to the war which is coming.
I think that since the humiliations that have been dramatized for us by the Iranians since last fall, the leaders of our government, the kinds of people that I worked with in the past myself, and I think I understand them pretty well, have been aching to kill some Iranians or somebody, to show that, to assuage this humiliation, this feeling of impotence, this implication that our leaders are too cowardly, too liberal, too humane, to be fit to be commanders-in-chief of the mightiest war power the world has ever seen, and thus should yield to more tough, more masculine leadership. And so I think that to prove themselves as fit for this masculine role, it's been very important to them to kill some Iranians, and I think, by the way, that's what this recent raid was meant to do.
Was meant to?
To kill Iranians. I think that since it aborted, the image that people have been given by the president is that it was a purely humanitarian mission, in and out, bring the hostages out, end the crisis, with the exact analogy being the more successful operation in Britain, really, in the embassy. No bystanders killed. In fact, none of the attackers were killed, I think. Only some of the people holding the hostages. The hostages are brought out. And the implication is that's what we were up to in Iran, and for that reason, the president was not violating the War Powers Act when he didn't inform Congress of this. It wasn't a military operation. I think that's an illusion.
Yeah, you know, we have to go to something deeper here. You said the humiliation, the masculine image. So we come to this matter of machismo no matter what. I suppose the Maya Gaz incident is not unrelated. The popularity of President Ford at the time soared, and of course that celebrated photograph of Kissinger and Ford smiling, even though 41 Marines were killed.
And what were they smiling about? Not over the fact that we had lost more men than we rescued in the thing, and not over the fact that the rescue as a military operation was unnecessary, as came out later, in as much as the hostages were in the process of being released. They were smiling in the fact that they had brought off a demonstration of American military power, and I'm being very concrete about this, the willingness of American officials to kill other humans who have defied us, end their lives, kill them, cause blood, shed blood. Time magazine
put it this week in their comment on the Iranian hostage thing, quoted a White House aide, unnamed, as saying, quote, "At least one thing is now clear, that the president is willing to shed blood for a cause," which wasn't so clear before. And that's what they've been very anxious to demonstrate, not only since the Iranian crisis began, but of course since the Afghanistan invasion and the supposed threat to the Middle East that posed. Let me, though, just spell out one thing which isn't at all obvious as to how I see this raid. There's peculiar features to it, obviously, people have been puzzling about. From my own experience in the Pentagon with very similar operations, not precisely hostage operations, but covert operations of various kinds and for various purposes.
You know, I think perhaps, Danny, a little background, not to digress, but the fact that you have the credentials to speak of this.
Well, let's say I think I know pretty well the kind of experience that informed Cyrus Vance's decision to resign, and to resign in a public and very evident protest, even though he didn't give details of his motive. Because I shared a good deal of that experience, and not too far below Cyrus Vance. He was my boss as Deputy Secretary of Defense, but in 64, 65, I had the rank of a GS-18 in the Defense Department, which is the highest civil service grade, a super grade, highest super grade, equivalent to it's between a major and lieutenant general in the military. And I worked on mostly for other officials, John McNaughton, earlier Paul Nitze, and Secretary McNamara himself. But I did do some jobs directly with Cyrus Vance. Specifically, in this connection, one of the first things I did was to carry around plans for covert operations against North Vietnam, called 34A operations, to be initialed by Cy Vance, who was Deputy Secretary and in charge of covert operations in the Defense Department. They also carry them to his counterpart, Alex Johnson, in the State Department, and then to McGeorge Bundy. The reason they had such a high-priced courier, as I was, and as I say, I had the highest salary in the Pentagon for anything other than a presidential appointment, was because they were so covert. You had to entrust carrying them around to somebody who could keep secrets, and that's what my profession had been, in part. At the Rand Corporation, I'd worked on some of our highest secrets in terms of nuclear war planning as a consultant to the Defense Department. In 1961, I was given the job by Secretary McNamara of drafting the U.S. civilian guidelines, that is the presidential guidelines, for the strategic nuclear war plans of the United States. I drafted the general war portion of the annual operational war plan of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And my guidance, which was fairly detailed, 20 pages, top secret guidance, was signed by McNamara as I wrote it, and was the basis of the war planning for the next couple of years.
So you were there. Now you speak of with your credentials.
In other words, the experience that Vance had, and which, as I say, I shared in some degree, was, it's absurd to say, as George Will has maybe idiotic comment, that what Vance learned during the Vietnam War was essentially a fear of exerting force under any circumstances. Vance didn't go in a pacifist or come out a pacifist to the Vietnam War any more than I did, I might say. He didn't get to be Secretary of State as a pacifist. He is a very tough man in a bureaucratic sense, and I'm sure in every sense. What he did learn was, among other things, the propensity of these complex operations to break down just as everything else breaks down. And he had that experience about once a week in the Pentagon. I could give endless anecdotes.
You see Cyrus Vance's resignation as highly significant.
I do, and his understanding, of course, that this was likely to fail in the terms in which it was conceived, has nothing to do with pacifism, it so happens, but from a simple, realistic knowledge of how to appraise these plans. And I think anybody who had gone through this sort of thing in the Vietnam War had more than enough experience to see that. But I don't think that would have led him to resign, a plan that might fail like this. In fact, that's what's puzzled everyone. Even the New York Times said, what did he find so reprehensible in an attempt to rescue hostages? Well, I don't believe that's what he's resigning for. And I can only guess, of course, at his motives. He hasn't spoken specifically. But it's important, I think, to try to guess. And I do have the experience then to look at those plans and say what other plans were associated with them. And of course, everyone has asked the question, how could they have expected to get out of there without losing some hostages and some of the raiders? In fact, however, Time magazine has said that they have learned that the planners anticipated the possibility, and I suspect the likelihood, of losing as many as 15 or 20 out of 50 hostages and an unknown number of raiders. Well, that in itself again raises even another question. What kind of operation is this when the hostages are in no immediate danger that you choose to lose 20 to gain 30 hostages? Something peculiar about that. Then, however, we discover it has leaked out, and this has all the earmarks of these other covert operations, that of course that plan was backed up by plans for American intervention, military intervention directly, quite aside from the raid that we've heard of. Very specifically.
You think so?
No, I don't think so. This has come out, this has been admitted now, essentially in backgrounders and in planning that has been revealed to Congress. It's been in the New York Times, though I've discovered that these stories go by people, and I find that I have to tell people details, though it has been in the papers. Specifically, I can be fairly specific. They had 2 C-130s, which were loaded with rockets and machine guns and various things to provide close air support to the embassy if there was fighting, if the raiders ran into trouble. But the C-130s themselves, which are turboprop planes, would be vulnerable to the F-4s, the jet fighters that we sold the Shah, which are now in the hands of the Iranians, of which they have almost 200 operational. So the other plan was to have fighters from carrier aircraft, jet fighters, in the Tehran area at the moment of the attack on the embassy. And if, again, if, the way it's put, there was trouble, these fighters would then neutralize, that is, destroy the Iranian planes by hitting their airfields. Now, I think that the reason this hasn't penetrated people's consciousness too much is because the news stories have emphasized the word if, the contingency aspect of this, backup, insurance, it never came to pass. Let's think again about just how likely or unlikely it was that 90 raiders, armed raiders, would run into, quote, trouble when they confront 150 armed guards in the embassy in the center of Tehran, where enormous crowds can be mobilized on minutes of notice. Was that likelihood less than 98%? This was part of the operation. And if we look again at the real weight here of the significance of the different parts, I think this was the heart of the operation. This was an operation to destroy the Iranian airfields, not so important in itself, but a military strike against Iran, and to kill a lot of Iranians in the vicinity of the embassy, spraying 50 caliber and rocket armament and so forth all around this embassy in the heart of Tehran. Very bloody operation, with the cover, basically, of being associated with an attempt to get out American hostages, thus giving it this military strike, which our allies were desperately anxious that we not do, which Congress would have demanded notice of in advance as a military strike. But with the cover of helping hostages, or as President Nixon used to put it, saving American lives, we could carry out that strike in defiance of our allies and of the others and of all the consequences. Remember that Nixon discovered that excuse served him to go into Cambodia and basically to get away with it, though not without some political trouble. He invaded Cambodia to save American lives, supposedly. He invaded Laos for that reason. He sent bombers over North Vietnam again and again. He discovered that there was really no limit to what you could do if you could say that you were protecting American lives by doing it. In other words, the presence of the hostages there, if you did a raid, no matter how ill-conceived and how reckless and how likely the raid was itself to fail to save the Americans, still, if you were attempting to save them, you had your excuse for doing what I believe politically they wanted to do, your excuse for going over there, hitting Iranian planes and killing Iranians.
So then you think possibly this is what Cyrus Vance was thinking about.
And that I have to guess. All I can say is that's a good enough reason to object. Again, I would say not. Vance, of course, has been associated with such operations in the past, as I have, as everyone in the Pentagon has been during the Vietnam War. I think I know I learned, and I have a good reason to believe that Vance learned in the course of that experience to ask what the further consequences of those little demonstrations were, however useful they might be at home politically to demonstrate your machismo and your bloodthirstiness, let's say, and thus fitness to rule the armed forces. And questions like the effect of that on driving the Iranians further into the orbit of the Soviets, of losing us relations and bases in the Middle East, which has already happened to some extent, in Oman, for example, as a result of this. Complicating the relations with our Western European allies in many ways. All of that, he might say, not since he wasn't running for president, didn't seem worth the domestic advantages of shooting the weapons off.
As you're talking, this is a real event you're talking about, yet it's also, Dan, metaphorical too, isn't it? Yeah. We think of, because I'm asking you your thoughts and reflections now about its effect on the American people, and also your participation in anti-nuclear demonstrations. It's so we have an image. American people do. Somebody else is making decisions for us. We've got to be number one. That is, in football matches, everywhere the hand is raised. Yeah. Number one. But we also knock out history, don't we? That is when President Carter press conference was asked about, do we have any regrets about our role in Iran through the years? It's ancient history, or it has nothing to do with it. That aspect of history being cut off plays a role too, doesn't it?
Well, I think the president has always had the role of since we become a world power, at least, of kind of balancing two requirements. One is, he believes, as do many Americans, men and women, that the way you survive in the world competitively in rivalry is to be the toughest kid on the block. And of course, there's a lot of historical experience that can point to that. That's no mere prejudice. Whim, people feel that that's corroborated in their personal lives, and they can see it on the international scenes. If we don't run the block, somebody else will. It's a lot better to be number one than number two, number 10, and so forth. At the same time, since this kind of demonstration does involve killing a lot of innocent people, of course, we've been getting a lot of television coverage to suggest to us that there's no innocent Iranians. You kill one, you kill somebody who deserves it.
Only good Indians are dead Indians.
That's right. So spraying rockets around that embassy might not get him into too much trouble. But the other thing the president has to do, there are times when that gives rise to some misgivings about that. For instance, the parents of the hostages have shown, who are of course concerned about the fate of their own children, a number of them in interviews have shown a very appropriate, I think, ambivalence about the situation when it comes to considering military action. I heard several parents say that they did not want military action, not only because it might jeopardize their own sons' or daughters' safety, but because those other people shouldn't be killed. As he said, they're humans too. Didn't want to see them killed. I was very proud of those Americans who said that. But there is that strong strain, and so the president has to always do another role for us, and that is to reassure us that whatever we have done, or are thinking of doing, can leave us with a good conscience. And it's got to reassure us that we're not guilty, we have nothing to apologize for. If you notice, Nixon saw that as one of his major roles in president. For a man who wasn't very likable, it got him pretty far for a while, his insistence that there was nothing in Vietnam to apologize for. And of course, Jimmy Carter carried that on right away. I think you remember he was asked in a press conference about Vietnam, and he said, we have nothing to apologize for in Vietnam. The destruction was mutual. In other words, as Noam Chomsky pointed out, we bombed their cities and they shot at our pilots. And
well, that's like Yossarian and Catch-22, as they're bombing a town. Hey, look, the guys down below are shooting at me. Why are they shooting at me?
Well, Yossarian, see, got a very brilliant insight, painfully. You get these kind of insights very expensively. I got mine that way. And so he got the insight that a lot of people in the world were trying to kill him, and they weren't all Germans and Italians. And that, among other things, that his leaders, his commanders in the wing, who for their own ambitions were sending that wing into mission after mission without any relief, and the leadership of the country didn't have his best interests totally, at the forefront of their minds. In fact, they were trying to get him killed for, as time would say, for a cause, for their cause. He wasn't entirely sure, whether his interests balanced with theirs, and that it was up to him somehow to save his life if he was going to do it. That's a very subversive insight. Yeah. I think that the world will not survive nuclear weapons unless the people of all major countries, and really you have to say all the countries that can acquire nuclear weapons, and that means everybody in the world. There is no country so small that it will not, in the next generation or so, be able to acquire nuclear weapons. They have got to become aware that the desire of their leaders to acquire those weapons, to threaten them, to use them, is against their interest, and these leaders are not serving their interests. It means a movement of people of the world, I think, against the organized leadership of every government in the world.
As you're saying this, I was thinking several things come to mind. Your actual participation in events such as those you're suggesting, like an anti-nuclear demonstration, and talk of your experience that, but I'm still haunted by that comment you made about 20 minutes ago. The war which is coming, you said, unless, and of course there is a proviso, isn't there? There's
well, yes and no on the proviso. We're moving toward, we're in the early stages of a Cold War, a renewed Cold War, which is moving us toward armed conflicts. I have just said, in effect, that we were spared, as well as the Iranians, a fairly good-sized military conflict a couple of weeks ago, only by the breakdown of the 3 helicopters. Because I think what we were heading for was not primarily a hostage rescue, but a large-scale military demonstration with a lot of loss of life. And that was the meaning of it that we were heading for. And so we didn't have that yet, but I think there will be
slender reed to hang on to.
We will be
breakdown of 3 helicopters,
and it may have saved us from other such demonstrations in the next few months. I think by analogy with past experiences, again when I was in the government, the president's desire to repeat that, or he didn't fully give the demonstration of his willingness to kill, to use military forces. He showed his willingness to risk it. And he may find that's enough for this year, but the demonstration may not be enough in the heat of a campaign with Reagan. I think the pressure on the president's mind and some of his immediate advisors to do that one again, perhaps with a thinner cover next time, with even less chance of success, but with an assurance that guns will be fired. I think that's very strong. I think guns will be fired before very long. Against that, of course, is the fact that the public failure here has greatly worsened his political environment for making that, and the restraints on him will be greater. They may save it from us in the short run. But to answer your question directly, I don't think we'll avoid some degree of some scale of military action involving this country in the next few years. What I'm working at is precisely because of that urgent, imminent prospect to try to decouple that prospect from the current likelihood that nuclear weapons would come to be used, even then, in the next few years or later. I'm trying to postpone, with my life, as best I can, and a lot of other, in collaboration with many other people, the onset of an era in which nuclear wars become used like other weapons.
As you continue with the specifics of it, I was thinking about 2 years ago, I went to visit Dr. Albert St. Georgi, the Nobel laureate, discovered vitamin C, and he's 87, 88, deep despair, and he's saying pretty much what you said. He says, well, he feels altogether hopeless, He's aware, having worked in Hungary before the Nazis took over, worked with Rutherford in England, came back, and then the Soviets took over, and he comes to U.S., he says the one hope, since the Soviets are playing a similar military role, and here the Vietnam War. And he saw the faces, he said the faces of all the military guys, of all the societies are pretty much one. Yeah.
I think that's true, and they're the faces that Yossarian finally came to see underneath those benign masks.
Isn't it as though there were some empathy between the hawks of the Soviet Union and the hawks of the U.S.?
Well, there's every kind of empathy. Their jobs have many similarities, despite the differences in the domestic political system, all of which favor ours. But they both have the problem of pursuing, for what they see, the best interests, I'm sure sincerely, of their people, policies that they can't reveal to their people, lest there be enormous dissent. They both have the problem of keeping secrets. They both despise leakers or dissenters. The Russians have more means to deal with them than they do, and I'm sure to that degree, by the way, on that score, American presidents often get jealous of the way the Russians are able to deal with a Sakharov, let's say, or others. And they'd, as you know, Nixon flirted with imitating them a good deal. But fortunately, our system didn't allow them to get too far. But so they have a lot of problems in common. The problems, I think, in fact, what we're seeing right now is much less a conflict between the two sides. I think both sides are indeed contributing to this onset of the Cold War. Obviously, the Russians did with their blatant invasion, their aggression in Afghanistan, which they made almost no real attempt to disguise at all. Clearly provoking further increases in the arms race beyond the increases that were already scheduled, and in general a Cold War atmosphere. But obviously we were preparing for that Cold War atmosphere long before Afghanistan, and this played into it a great deal. I can only conclude that both sides see the Cold War at this point functional. By sides, I mean the leaderships in both sides. They both have people they want to sit on in their own sphere. We have our uppity Middle East people who've been supplying us oil for so long but are now raising the price. And with the prospect of nationalist rebellions in those areas that will raise the price to us even further, in effect. And we need to whip them into line. The Russians have problems with their ethnic minorities, with their Eastern European satellites, with their Muslims and so forth. Each of them can deal with problems of dissent in their own general sphere better when they can point to a major threatening adversary.
Since you and I live here in the United States, we come to the big question, the American people, awareness or lack of it, and what's to be done and the various aspects of it. As we resume the conversation with Daniel Ellsberg, we come now to the question, what's to be done? And of course, we come to the question of the American people themselves.
Could I?
Sure.
I know we come to that. I'd like to define one more aspect of the situation we're facing, I think,
Yes, sir.
which a lot of people seem to have missed, although on this case it wasn't kept wholly secret. Namely, that when the president announced his policy in his State of the Union message that he would use any means necessary to prevent Russian control of the Persian Gulf, he delicately didn't say of the oil of the Persian Gulf. He was subject to the charge and has met the charge that the United States does not have the capability to carry out that threat. The implication is that it's an empty threat, that we don't have the military capabilities to do it. And the basis for that, of course, is that the northern part of the Middle East, the northern Iran, Afghanistan, is on the borders of Russia, and that our ability to deal with them with non-nuclear means is no greater and will never be any greater than Russia's ability to confront us in Mexico or in Canada on our borders, to prevent us from getting Mexican oil, for example, or Canadian oil. The draft will make no difference to that. A build-up in conventional armaments can make no difference to that geographical situation. Imagine what the draft would have to be in Russia for them to be able to defeat us on the borders of Texas. And that's not really in the cards, nor is it for us in that area. Well, the president doesn't want to be heard as making a bluff. And by the way, I don't think he is making a bluff. So for once, he has let it be known through backgrounders given to Jack Nelson in the LA Times before his speech, and then by leaking a secret Defense Department study to the New York Times just after his speech. It came out, I think, on February 2nd in the New York Times. A study saying that the administration is well aware that we have no ability to stop or prevail over the Russians in that area with non-nuclear means, and therefore the study recommends to the president we must be prepared to use nuclear weapons. Now, the leaks to the LA Times earlier made very clear the same point, that the president was prepared, if necessary, to use nuclear weapons, and other officials have said this quite publicly. The president's commitment, then, is, at its heart, a threat of possible use of nuclear weapons in that area. Now, that threat's taking place against an opponent, in this case, the Russians, who are as well supplied with tactical nuclear weapons as we are. So it's not, again, a threat really to prevail with nuclear weapons, but again, just to kill a lot of people on both sides. To the extent that the president's threat is heard and believed by the Russians, and by the way, I think they do believe it, and have for a long time, the president is in effect wiring up the Middle East to a kind of regional doomsday machine, which wouldn't be rational to set off, but will be set off more or less automatically by his commitment and by our prior involvement of some troops, which will have to be defended then to save those American lives and our prestige from defeat. We would use small nuclear weapons, and it might not stay small, obviously, when you're dealing with them. He's wired up the Middle East for destruction then with that threat, just as the students in Tehran claim to have wired up the embassy with explosives, and may have done so, by the way, which would have been interesting in case of this raid. The only difference is that the president is holding hostage by that policy every human in the Middle East and every city in the Northern Hemisphere. Let me come back then, and this links in with the American people, to the real meaning of this policy and why it has to be resisted, it seems to me. It's not because the president has invented some unprecedented, an unthinkable, immoral policy by in the light of the practices of nations over the last 5,000 years, or that the American people in supporting this policy are peculiarly, bloodthirsty or depraved. They're being commonsensical, as I say, be the toughest kid, be number one. The problem is that they are pursuing practices that have made sense in at least these power terms for thousands of years, and up through the last 100 years of modern technology even, in an era that is transformed enormously even from 20 years ago. 20 years ago was well into the nuclear age. 20 years ago, 1960, when I was in the Pentagon, 1960 and 61. To give an example, in 61, that was an era which was now 16 years into the nuclear age. The Russians had 4 ICBMs that year. We had 3,000 we had 2,000 intercontinental bombers, another 1,000 in range of Russia, with 20 megaton weapons for them. We had still, 16 years into the nuclear age, what amounted to a monopoly of strategic nuclear force. The Russians could hit Europe, but they couldn't really operationally hit the United States with anything significant. We could devastate Russia. That was the year of the Berlin crisis. The next year was the Cuban Missile Crisis, and they began to acquire some weapons. 20 years after that, the Russians have 20,000 warheads. We have 30,000. We have 9,000 strategic warheads. They have 4,000. So we have twice as many. But they have enough. They have enough. So what I'm saying is we're still making these threats that we made in the past.
I've got to ask this question, because this involves taxpayers' money as well as perhaps a touch of madness here. Question hardly asked. Right now, we have enough to knock the Russians off, I take it manyfold, as indeed they have to knock us off manyfold. Is that right?
Well, it's a little that is true, of course.
So I wonder, what is the extra?
That's not why we've been doing it.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah. How did we get to 50,000 weapons in the world, 20,000 Russian and 30,000 U.S. and other countries coming along? It had nothing to do with the purpose of deterring a nuclear attack on this country. And that's what people think they've been paying for, and that's what puzzles them. Why do you need that many? It's not what they're for. That can be shown very quickly. The president himself pointed out when he was defending his arms control measure, SALT II, that, but he pointed out correctly, there are, I'll put numbers in, he put it qualitatively, there are in fact 218 cities in Russia of the size of Hiroshima or over, of a population of 100,000 or over. We have that many warheads on a single Poseidon submarine, of which we have 31 submarines. We keep 20, we have 41 submarines altogether. The Polaris missiles can hit about 160 cities. The Poseidon can hit up to 224. We keep about 20 of those, 20 or 25 at sea all the time. The Russians can take their entire missile force, which is somewhat larger than ours, though it has fewer warheads, throw it at us. They won't hit a single one of those submarines. They can't get the submarines any other way either. Every one of them can threaten every city in Russia. And yet to that, our president is adding from 10 to 30 Trident submarines, which can hit over 400 cities each, adding them. The MX missile with its 2,000 warheads, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, this has nothing to do with deterring an attack, and it never really has had. When we bought 1,000 Minutemen starting in 1961, in a year when the president knew the Russians had 4 ICBMs, that wasn't to deter them from using their 4 ICBMs.
Now, what is it for?
It is to support threats, and now it can be very current and specific. It is to support threats of the exact kind President Carter has just made. It doesn't make them tremendously credible, but it makes them more credible than if you didn't have that force at all, namely threats of initiating nuclear war in circumstances other than an attack on the United States or a nuclear attack on us or our allies. We have, in fact, the U.S. has secretly made such threats in Korea, though the public has never become really aware of it. It's in Eisenhower's memoirs that he made such threats in ending the Korean War in '53. We made them in '58 over the Quemoy crisis secretly. They were considered for use in Laos. They were considered in Quezon. Nixon, we learned from Haldeman's memoirs, though the public has never really absorbed this, threatened the possible use of nuclear weapons to the Vietnamese and the Russians in 1969 and later. If you're going to make threats against people who don't have nuclear weapons, and that makes the threat somewhat credible and prudent, but who are allied to the Soviet Union, which does have nuclear weapons, then for that purpose you need all the weapons you can buy. 30,000 isn't too many, 60,000 would be better. If you're really proposing to initiate nuclear war and you want to appear to believe that you could keep that war limited to the Middle East, let's say, you want to be able to say, I'm about to use nuclear weapons against you in that outlying area, or your ally, Korea, China, Indochina, and you, the Russians, had better not get involved.
And their reaction to it is for them to build up.
And they do the same. So, following us, as they have followed us in each case. Now, what I'm saying is...
Just for the moment, I want to come back.
Yeah.
Is that a pattern? We do something, they follow, or do they do something, we follow?
No, we've always presented it. We've always presented it. They're about to do something, therefore we'd better do it first. The about to has, in almost every case, been a lie, a conscious hoax to mobilize the taxpayers to spending the money for this, as in the case of the missile gap I described. Some of the older listeners may recall that the year 1961, when they had, in fact, 4 missiles, was the year that they were predicted to have 150 to 300 missiles, enough to threaten all our SAC bases. And on that basis, we went on airborne alert, and we bought a lot more B-52s and a Minuteman missile and so forth. Before that, the prospect that they were going to beat us in bomber production was, they ended up with 180 bombers, intercontinental bombers. We ended up with 2,000, just 10 times as many. So those were hoaxes, and the idea that they're about to get a real superiority to us is just as much of a hoax today as it was then. The difference is that they had nothing then, and they really do have a lot now. They do have a parity now. Why is parity, equivalence, regarded as intolerable by our leaders? And the answer is that for the first 20 years, they had what amounted to a monopoly. and that
We
was
had- we had.
of strategic force. We had our leaders.
Not, I
I'm
should not,
beginning
we, I
to
don't
say
mean you
they.
and me or the people.
Well,
that-
you know, it's a funny thing for me.
Yeah,
I
I
served the
know.
executive branch for 15 years, and until a year or two ago, I couldn't keep myself from saying we when I talked about the policies of the government. I was one of those insiders.
Why, that's
And
always you,
they
isn't it?
meant
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. By the
On
way,
outside.
can we just for a moment, because
Yeah.
this is very personal and very important, I think.
But I'm learning to say
Yeah,
they about
you know
the folks
Carl
in
Hess,
Washington.
who's had a similar experience, not as
Indeed, he worked for
deep as
Goldwater.
yours in impact, but he said we always use the editorial we. He was associated with the
Yeah.
administration.
The insider.
We, and we looked at them, meaning the rest of the country, the
Yeah.
rest of the people, as someone we told what to do.
Sure.
So this is your experience.
Remember, they used against me when I shared the Pentagon Papers with what in the Constitution is described as the sovereign, the public. They used a law that was designed and had never been used before for any other reason than prosecuting people who dealt with the enemy. Now, that had always been construed as meaning a foreign enemy. And by using the Espionage Act to prosecute me, since it was all they had in this country, they pretty well exposed for the first time that for political purposes, the public was the enemy. Or
And the
Congress
less they
was
knew, the
enemy.
better.
Yeah.
The less they knew.
Yeah.
Now we come to you now and the rest of us.
Now we get to
what's
the
be
public.
done.
As I say,
Yeah.
there's no question at all that this kind of threat that I'm describing is essential to Americans maintaining the kind of superiority in the world, in the use of the world's resources, in the terms of trade on which we get raw materials and resources of less industrialized nations of the world, and in competing with our allies for leadership, hegemony. And that's a world in which these guys' jobs in Washington, my old colleagues, depend. They are the leaders of what amounts to a military operation in the end, resting as it does on military threats, supported by military might. The people of the world, like the troops, you might say, under the generals, are threatened, like the Assyrians of the world, people remember that, do benefit to some extent, to the extent that we win game after game. Better to be in a winning army rather than a losing army, and that's what keeps them in to some extent, except that there is a potential for their realizing that they're all going to die from it in the end, and shortly. Well, everybody dies, ultimately, but this is something else. This is everybody dying at once and no children coming after. Or if the scientists at Livermore and Los Alamos, the two labs of the University of California, the university that has designed all of our nuclear weapons, they hasten to tell us, well, it won't kill everybody. That's why I said earlier, all the cities of the Northern Hemisphere, just that. They will go. That leaves a lot of people. But still, that's something to work very hard to prevent, I think. And
I mean, they really think the unthinkable, and the unthinkable is acceptable.
well, you see, it's obviously not unthinkable because they spend their entire lives preparing for it to happen. In fact, what they really regard as immoral would be the extinction of all life, which, by the way, is a possibility, as we all know. It's in the uncertainties. But they take comfort in the fact that that's not the likely outcome of a big war, just the destruction of all the urban areas and most of the population of the Northern Hemisphere. Of course, the Southern Hemisphere's turn comes later, perhaps. So then they see no moral problem at all. Well, when our fate is in the hands of people who see morality in that particular framework, we're not well served. We better take our own fate into our hands to some extent. And specifically, as I say, I can sum up really a lot of what we've been saying, I think. What these people are doing is nothing worse or better than playing the old game of nations as it's been played for 5,000 years, really, not just since capitalism, and is now played by capitalist nations and socialist nations alike in the same old ways, but now with weapons that never existed before, weapons that threaten survival in a way that nothing ever did before. And that can't go on very long. So we can't test the prudence and the competence and the morality of our leadership by the standards of 50 years ago, or 20 years ago even, let alone 100 or 200 years ago. By those standards you can say, well, this president isn't as strong as Teddy Roosevelt or somebody else, Woodrow Wilson, say, or he's more strong than this. You can make comparisons like that. They have no relevance. That history has no relevance, because what made sense and what was reasonably prudent in that period, a gunboat diplomacy operation like this hostages raid, which might have made perfect sense 50 years ago, or even perhaps 20 years ago to some extent, it would have been less dangerous, is now being made in the world against opponents who are loaded with nuclear weapons, and not just the Russians. We're talking about small Middle Eastern nations who have the full capability to have those weapons themselves. We're talking about an operation that would probably not lead immediately, probably, to all-out Holocaust, but which would set a precedent, which would get us involved in military operations, quite possibly with the Russians, very quickly. And this is what I think Vance might very well have been very concerned about. Certainly should have been. And that conflict with the Russians could so quickly go nuclear. Again, I say the prospect is not immediately that all the weapons go off. More likely it would follow like this. With the precedent of a 35-year moratorium on the combat use of nuclear weapons as opposed to the threat use being broken, other nations would follow suit very quickly. It would not be another 35 years before the next set of weapons went off. It wouldn't be 35 weeks, I don't think, in this world. I don't think we're on the edge of the abolition of war. You asked me that earlier. I don't think anything we do is about to abolish war any more than Woodrow Wilson was about to abolish war. We haven't gotten closer to it since Woodrow Wilson. On the contrary, what we have gotten closer to is the possibility that wars, even the smallest wars, can turn into a forest fire that consumes all life. Well, and that we can change, I think, if we act. But how do you do it? I think it takes nothing less than all of the measures that were used to end the Vietnam War. And there's no guarantee that all of them together, and even new ones that we may creatively invent, will do it. The world is moving too fast toward the acquisition of these weapons by more and more nations, and the buildup on both sides, led by the United States and Russia together. We're moving so fast, there is no guarantee, I think, that humanity, or at any rate, northern civilization, will survive the weapons we've already created. But there is a chance. There is a chance, and the chance I see in the very fact that so many people in this country deplore that the anti-war movement did end that war and was critical to it. It did have the power that Nixon complains of and others complain of. In fact, the strongest evidence of that goes back just 10 years to the time when I was copying the Pentagon Papers. And at that very time, in the fall of 1969, there was a movement called the moratorium. It was a euphemism for strike, a polite word for strike, really. It was leaving for 1 day, 1 month, 2 days the next month was the idea. And a big march in November 15th. Nixon describes in his memoirs, and no one has paid any attention, that he had delivered an ultimatum in August of '69 to the Russians, what he calls an ultimatum, my November ultimatum. It was due to explode November 1st if they didn't meet his conditions, and they didn't meet his conditions. The North Vietnamese never met these conditions. The threat, it has been revealed by people who worked on these plans, like Roger Morris, who was an assistant to Henry Kissinger, included mining Haiphong, hitting the dikes, causing perhaps 1 million fatalities there from both drowning and famine, bombing every city in Vietnam, plus invading Cambodia and Laos, and invading North Vietnam, and possibly using nuclear weapons. Haldeman, as I said earlier, says in his memoirs that Nixon's basic plan for winning the war, which he did keep secret, he did have a secret plan after all, was to threaten the possible use of nuclear weapons as part of this certain escalation he was going to do. But he didn't carry it out. And Nixon gives one reason why he didn't. He says it several times. Too many people were in the streets on October 15, 1969. And too many were expected, as they did turn out, for November 15th in Washington, for him to choose that time to burn North Vietnam to the ground and to use nuclear weapons. And he had to back down with extreme reluctance on the
That's a
threats that he made.
remarkable passage you point out that I say has been overlooked or hasn't been mentioned much by others. So we come now to hopefully, or perhaps Pollyanna wishfully, parallel.
Well, I come back to your earlier point. Yossarian was a World War II figure, pre-Hiroshima, and above all the H-bomb with its fallout, a bomb that takes out whole regions where a atom bomb, the kind that destroyed Hiroshima, threatens merely single cities. Yossarian could escape by getting in a rowboat and rowing away to Sweden from Italy. Long voyage to take, but he had a chance to do that. There's no place you can row away from the fallout from this kind of war. There's no individual solution to this problem. And ultimately, by the way, there's no national solution. There's no one policy we can pursue all by ourselves, unilateral disarmament, let's say, or others that will save us, unless there is ultimately, I think, a global abolition of these weapons, which will take international and probably have to transcend nations in many ways, collaboration to save ourselves. We won't survive these inventions, I think. That obviously lies a long way off. We're going in the wrong direction, and we can switch direction, but even if we do that, it'll take a long time. The immediate moves are to do just that, to switch direction. That means, in the first place, stopping the increases in these weapons, which we are fueling by our own unilateral increases.
And your appearance at the Rocky Flat demonstration against a nuclear plant is part of this very thing.
That's true. Rocky Flats is the place that makes the plutonium triggers for thermonuclear weapons, along with the high explosive that triggers the plutonium. And they make what are in effect Nagasaki-type bombs, the kind that destroyed Nagasaki, which are nowadays merely the trigger for a modern weapon. They set off the thermonuclear weapon.
You mean the bomb that destroyed Nagasaki is merely a trigger and is just a fraction of the power of the bomb today?
Well, to make it very specific, the bombs that we had in 1961, which are larger than today because they were less accurate, they were dropped by gravity from planes, were 24 megaton bombs. That's 1,000 times the Nagasaki bomb. A 24 megaton bomb, and we've dropped those by accident on our own country a number of times, is more explosive power than all the wars of human history, including Vietnam. It's 12 World War IIs in one bomb. It's 3 Vietnams in one bomb. That's, I'm saying, the difference in scale which our leadership has really not envisioned. When I was at the Pentagon just last week, my old office building, to sit in the door and be with other people, Dr. Spock, among others, celebrating his 77th birthday that day when he got arrested with us, and Dave Dellinger and many others, about 400 people altogether, to symbolize the power of the people, if they want, to stop this arms race, if they can act together. One of the slogans, especially that the women were shouting, but we were all shouting, we were all feminists on this one, take the toys away from the boys.
Take the toys away from the boys.
And in a way, we're back to the theme we started with in the end. This idea of acting on machismo and evoking it from the people, too, from the public, of toughness, in the willingness to shed blood and so forth, is so anachronistic in a world where violence leads to genocide and annihilation, with high probability, that it means that the changes that have to come are very, very broad. They go beyond old concepts of revolution, which in effect just take the toys from one set of boys and give them to another set of boys. And that doesn't save us. It means sharing the power between the boys and the girls a good deal, more among other things. But it means that the attitudes that have in the past been left to the women, have been associated with women, in part because they are less valued attitudes, and the men can't afford them. Attitudes now of compassion for life in general, concern, nurture for all the elements in the earth that sustain life, a sense of empathy and identification with other human beings as human beings, for children across national boundaries, an unwillingness to see children slaughtered for a cause. These have got to be not just the property of women. Men have got to learn those attitudes.
So examples have been of this clinging to the slender reed, perhaps more than that, are these demonstrations you're talking about that are written about and covered rather casually?
Well, the meaning of those is, say, of our sitting on the tracks at Rocky Flats, the railroad tracks, which were necessary to take out radioactive waste from Rocky Flats, and that's necessary for them to continue to operate, since they generate so much radioactive waste. This is a plant just 16 miles outside of Denver. As the prosecutor and the judge asked us in some puzzlement, why are you doing this? After all, you can't stop the plant. You're not really stopping any more than we stopped the Pentagon by sitting in the doorway. And my son, actually, who was now 23 when this was happening, one who helped me earlier, actually we were arrested together, and that's how he was arrested, on the birthday of my youngest son, who was 1 year old. It was the first birthday. I had to miss that because it seemed important for me to be on the tracks. So my older son and I celebrated that birthday on the tracks and got arrested together. And when we were asked later in some puzzlement, I said by some of the officials, what did this all add up to? After all, we couldn't stop the trains forever, really. We stopped them with our bodies. The trains would get through, the judge said. And I said, yes, that's true, but not without arrests anymore. Or as my son put it, over our bodies, no longer with our consent, no longer with our silence. The people of Denver were made aware by our act. And as he put it in his statement to the judge later, he said, by sitting on those tracks, or he could have said by sitting at the Pentagon, where he also got arrested with me at the Pentagon on the other side of the country. A dozen of us, 2 dozen, 1,000 cannot stop this process. But we can warn the people of the country, we can symbolize to them that they as a people, we as a people, can do that, can stop this process, and that is what we must do.
I was thinking, Daniel Ellsberg's hour is deeply moving. It's terrifying. At the same time, that note of hope, slim though it is there. Awareness of people who basically are decent. I think the world over are, but I know American people best. Basically decent, but to a large extent unaware of what is happening, although sensing something wrong. And I think perhaps you and your son, if we use that as a metaphor, the idea, you and your son sitting on the tracks is what it's all about, and multiplying that, I trust, by thousands might offer us that hope for sanity, I imagine, and survival. Thank you very much, Dan Ellsberg. Well, the Cold War appears to be over. That is, the evil empire, quote unquote, appears to be dead. Therefore, it would seem that we don't have to worry about the nuclear bomb anymore because it was them and us. And so what's all the shouting about? And then you start reading about radiation and continuous building and other countries. And I guess we're fortunate that among us is Daniel Ellsberg. Now, the name, it's amazing that among some young people, just as Vietnam War itself appears to be without any meaning. I'm not quite certain who was fought in it. So the name Daniel Ellsberg, they know, but what specifically was he involved with? And we recall him, of course, first revealing the nature of Pentagon Papers that showed our secret, that is the government's secret handling of war. And Daniel Ellsberg has been, for years and years, perhaps one of the leading spokesman of the dangers of nuclear war. And he's still at it. And I'm asking you this, Dan Ellsberg, it's about your fourth or fifth appearance in the show. The last was back in 1980, I think. A good man, Richard Rhodes, who wrote a good book on the making of the bomb, ends an article recently in Rolling Stone, and the end says, "Short of a Chinese disaster or a tragic nuclear war by inadvertence between India and Pakistan, I'd say," says Richard Rhodes, "the doomsday clock looks just about wound down." And he's quite optimistic about it. Your thoughts?
I wish that were true, and it ought to be true. Obviously, with the ending of the Cold War, we should have seen the ending of the nuclear era, and we haven't. I'm afraid that the chance of another Hiroshima is closer today than it's been for a long time. The likelihood of more Hiroshimas. And if there's been a theme of my life since I was 14 when the bomb was first dropped, it is to see that there was no more Hiroshimas. And I'm afraid that that's not even close to us now. We're getting further away from it, though that should be the way it is.
Well, let's continue. Pick up on that vein, and then I'm going to play a tape of some 14 years ago.
All right. He refers to the nuclear clock that's on the Bulletin of Atomic Sciences, which was started by the people in the first Manhattan Project who created the bomb almost 50 years ago. And the idea then is that they move the hands of the clock closer to midnight when the world seems to be getting more dangerous in nuclear terms in a way. And a few years ago, when the two sides, Russia and the U.S., did take their forces off alert, for which I give Bush and Gorbachev great credit. That was a very good move. Did make the world more safe. They both agreed to cut their forces drastically, and the people at the Bulletin of Atomic Sciences moved the hands of the clock further away from midnight to about 17 minutes, I think, to midnight than ever before. And, of course, Rhodes is saying here, well, 17 minutes, that was very conservative. Really, it's run down. Don't worry about that hand anymore. You can put the clock in the attic. Unfortunately, that clock was always somewhat misleading. To have just one hand like that, or one hour hand, suggested that there was only one kind of nuclear threat to worry about, the U.S.-Soviet threat, that did indeed threaten the survival of the Northern Hemisphere, at least. And that risk, which we've thought of as the nuclear risk, has gone close to zero, has very much diminished. But there always was the possibility that nuclear weapons would go off in the Third World, in conflicts like Korea or Indochina, the Middle East,
India,
now South
Pakistan.
Asia. That's always been with us, and unfortunately, precisely with the ending of the Cold War and the breakup of the Soviet Union, that risk has gotten greater. So there's another clock that's gotten closer to
There's an
midnight.
interesting analogy here to the craziness in the world. The outbreaks, the horrendousness of nationalism in the perverse sense of the word, with the end of the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Here they come. Nationalism, in a sense, not unrelated.
No, they're related.
Possession of
Well, they're
nuclear
related in
bombs.
this way with these nationalists come to the fore as we come out of the Cold War. But with the loss of an authority structure in the former Soviet Union, the possibility that some of their weapons will escape to other countries that want them, the possibility that scientists will be available from the Soviet Union to places that will pay them more, or that nuclear materials, fissile materials, will become available, means that countries that want nuclear weapons, and we know there's a lot of those, have a cheaper, easier route to get them than they've ever had before. They can buy them, they can steal them.
Even just to set it, how many nations today have the nuclear facilities?
Well, there are 5 declared ones, and there are at least 4 that are undeclared.
China, Israel.
The ones that are declared are Britain, France, U.S., Russia, and China. Then it's known that Israel, India, and Pakistan have nuclear arsenals. South Africa, that makes 9, had one, but says that it has dismantled it. Brazil, we know that Iraq is trying to get one, or was trying to get one. North Korea may have nuclear weapons now. Brazil and Argentina were on the way, but have renounced it. It's
easily 10 nations.
So yes, you have 9 or 10 now. But the fact is that you have a number of nations that are seeking the weapon, and what I'm saying is there's the possibility now, because of the breakup of the Soviet Union, of a kind of metastasis of nuclear materials and weapons to the rest of the world, to infect sort of as nuclear nations, other nations.
So you have formed a project called Manhattan Project 2. Perhaps, again, the reason I say explain further, even in the elementary fashion, because one of the horrendous aspects of our day is the erasure of history, especially on the part of the young, through no fault of theirs. Sound bites, attention span shorter than ever. And so perhaps the Manhattan Project...
I'll tell you what it was. In 1992, I started this project realizing that it had
That's
been...
Manhattan Project 2.
That it had been just 50 years before, in 1942, that the United States embarked on what was called the Manhattan Project, Manhattan District Project. It was a code name for a crash effort to create the first nuclear weapon, which it did do. It tested that then just 2.5 years later and dropped it, then one on Hiroshima and one on Nagasaki, starting the nuclear era 50 years ago next year in 1995. And the thought of this project was to try to apply the same sense of urgency and priority to ending the nuclear era that we did 50 years ago in launching it, and to try to accomplish as much as possible in about the same time period, in 2 to 3 years.
Well, the reason you mentioned 50 years ago, and Oppenheimer, head of that project, from the great scientists of the world, many exiles from Hitler's Germany. And among those scientists surviving, a number of them are on your Manhattan Project, too. There's Costa Tsipas, Philip Morrison, we know. There's the Russian... No, he was in the Russian project.
The Russian bomb project, Lev Feoktistov.
And the late Victor Kostiuszkowski, his widow, was on your board, and Joseph Rotblat and Victor Weisskopf. But the important thing is that not just the bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Then came the building of hydrogen bomb, and then comes something called radiation, isn't it so?
Well, we're learning more, thanks to Hazel O'Leary, at last, after 50 years, than any government official has seen fit to tell us in that whole period. I was reflecting today, every day brings new information, of course, about the fact that people were experimented on without their knowledge, being lied to, mentally retarded boys told that they were going to be in a science experiment, which consisted of feeding them in their lunch period bits of radiation
as
in
well
their
as
milk
young
to
sailors,
test how it would go.
Young American sailors and soldiers who were there at Bikini and the Marshall Islands during the blast, and a number of whom I met, and you have perhaps who one became an elephant man.
Well, there was a piece, a letter in the Times today saying that after all, the issue here was not how much any one of these individuals was hurt. Some of them were, and some of them weren't. But the issue of informed consent. And it occurred to me that this whole period, the nuclear establishments of the world have been experimenting on the whole world without informed consent.
These young kids, these soldiers and these sailors, weren't told a thing.
We've all been subjected to radiation from the above-ground test. You and I, you have it in your bones. We all have the radiation. It's one big experiment that's been done, and to say that any of us had given informed consent is simply wrong. We were lied to.
The reason you're being here right now, looking at you across this mic, is so dramatic to me, and so moving and so important, is that 14 years ago when you guessed this, you spoke of your father, who played a big role. He was an engineer. We're about to hear your comments about this 14 years ago. He was an engineer who came from Austria, I think, or somewhere.
No, he was born in this country.
He was born in this country. But he was an engineer who was going to work at Hanford. Suppose you set the scene. Your father...
my father had been the chief structural engineer at what he had told me was the largest engineering project in the world at that time, right after the war. It was the buildup of the nuclear materials plant at Hanford, Washington. And I knew that he had quit that plant while I was in college at some point. He quit. I really didn't know why. And I think we discussed then why it was.
And let's hear this, what you were saying 14 years ago.
Where he was the chief structural engineer at the Hanford, Washington, whole project of the plutonium separation project up there, and plutonium production, where he started at 17,000 or something, a very big jump in his salary. And he confirmed all that. He was at this point, when I was talking to him now, about 88 or so. And then I happened to ask him, how was it that you left Giffords and Valet, as it was then called? He said, well, they wanted me to be chief engineer on a project that would make the H-bomb. I said, no, when was that now? He said, December 1949. I said, well, Dad, you must have the dates wrong, because I'm doing some research on the history of the H-bomb project right now, and they were just considering building the H-bomb at that point. Truman didn't make the decision till January. And as I'd been reading, that was November, December, were just when the General Advisory Commission under Oppenheimer was considering and recommending against building the H-bomb. They were overruled by Truman. So I had all these dates in my mind. I said, you couldn't have known about this in December 49. Nobody knew about it. And he said, well, no, I knew about it. I know I can't be wrong on the date. December 49 is when I left. I said, well, how could they have told you about it? He said, well, they had to have somebody to be in charge of the plant. They were thinking about production for this, long in advance of the decision. I was just been in charge at Hanford. I was the logical person. He said I had a Q clearance.
Hanford is where? This is
Washington, Hanford, Washington. So I said, well, you must have been one of the first civilians or non-physicists in the country to hear about the H-bomb. He said, well, that might be true. I'd never heard any of this before. See, I was now
this is very
40. I was about
ironic,
47 or so.
Yeah.
And it had never come up. So I said, well, how did you happen to leave? He said, well, I didn't want to build an H-bomb. He said, I hadn't wanted to work on the, he said, Hanford being an atom bomb plant at all. He said, when I took the job, I wasn't cleared yet. They didn't actually tell me exactly what it was, and I thought it was for nuclear energy, which sounded all right. And then I had misgivings when I did learn soon that it was for production, for materials for the A-bomb, the atom bomb. But he said, I was convinced the Russians were going to get it soon, and they told me, and the country needed this and so forth, and I went along with that. He said, but the H-bomb, I didn't like the sound of. And he said, when they told me about it, I went back to my office and I told my deputy, these guys are crazy. They have an A-bomb, now they want an H-bomb. They're going to go right through the alphabet till they got a Z-bomb. And I said to him, when he said that, I said, well, they've just gotten to N so far. The president had just decided to build the neutron bomb. So I said, well, did anybody else, why were you so disturbed? And he said, well, the H-bomb, he said it was a factor of 1,000, which is correct. See, the
1,000 over the
1,000 over the A-bomb. Just as the A-bomb was a factor of 1,000 over the blockbusters of World War II. So here, 4 years after the end of the war, they were proposing a weapon that was 1,000,000 times more powerful than these blockbusters, in addition to the fallout problem. And he also said, there was one other thing that bothered me very much. He said, already at Hanford, he said they were having to build what they call temporary storage, which they're still using, for the radioactive waste out there. And he said, I couldn't stand the thought that I was going to be involved in making parts of my own country uninhabitable for 500,000 years. And actually, let me correct that. What he said was for 25,000 years. And I was struck.
We'll fade on that stunning revelation. And yet, there it is. Dan Ellsberg is my guest, and this is like a soap opera. It's a cliffhanger, holding off the idea that your father quit a job, didn't have too much dough, but it paid a lot of dough then, quit it because he was one of the few non-civilian, perhaps the first involvement of a H-bomb That's a million times bigger than any of the blockbusters of World War II. 1,000 times bigger than the bomb over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And to have radiation poison on the Earth for the next 25,000 years. Daniel Ellsberg, and your father's thoughts as you think. You told me this 14 years ago.
Well, it's very interesting to recall that now, years later, because it's long after that talk we had that it came out to the government, apparently, and certainly to the public, that Hanford, the place that he'd worked on, that he worried about contaminating back then, is so contaminated that they had to stop production there entirely. It probably will never be used again for any real kind of production. And by never, I mean 24,000 years. And 24,000 years is the half-life. In 24,000 years, half of the radioactivity that's there now will still be there. So 500,000 years is a good figure for the amount of time that humans will find that dangerous to health, dangerous to life to be there. We have made that part of our country, our own country, uninhabitable, just as he feared. But he left it, and I don't recall how far we went on. I did ask him why he left then, and what had made him the person that, the one person who'd really left during that time. Did you recall, did we go on to that? I can tell you.
He ended up, what did you say?
Well, he said it was you. And I said, Dad, he said, you, Daniel. I said, Dad, how could that be? I've never heard this story. And I didn't know anything about that at the time. He said, it was you. You brought me home one day a full copy of the New Yorker that was entirely all about Hiroshima. So I said, well, that was John Hersey's account of the bombing of Hiroshima. And he said, yes. And he said, Dad, you've got to read this. And he said, it's the worst thing I've ever read, I'd said to him. And he said, you were crying. And I said, I did read it. And that's what made me very, very unhappy about doing the work I was doing. And when the H-bomb came along, I was determined not to be part of it.
See, what interests me about this is that you are still at it, Daniel Ellsberg, when a man as good as Richard Rhodes say, nothing to worry about, possibly, big possibly, India, Pakistan. But here's the aspect. You mentioned Hanford, no longer usable. Yet the people who lived in Hanford delighted in the ideas. They didn't know, or if knowing makes them, the kids had a little ball club, called the Bombers. You know that. the Hanford Bombers, they were called. So it was taken sort of lightly, and is even now.
I was almost glad that my father wasn't alive when all the horrible details began to come out of how badly contaminated Hanford is, because it would have made him very, very unhappy to realize that he'd ever been part of it. But when he told me this, really, about my having this influence on him, and I said, well, you were influenced by your children just like I was and so many people were during the Vietnam War. And he said, well, yes, I was in a way. But mention the significance now of some of the things we were talking about there, the A and the H-bomb. I found talking to Americans, they've just had a little lesson there that you might say is grade 1 of the nuclear era, the difference between an A and an H-bomb. I found hardly any Americans who actually know that difference. And it comes up in this way. You can make an A-bomb, the kind that we used to destroy Nagasaki with, without testing it, and you'll be sure it'll work. But you can't make an H-bomb, this factor of 1,000,000 in explosive power. You can't do that without testing. India and Pakistan have not tested their weapons, which means they are now just at the Nagasaki-Hiroshima weapon, which is obviously very destructive. If we continue testing, if we don't achieve a comprehensive test ban, all of these nations will eventually join us in testing nuclear weapons, and that means that India and Pakistan will go to acquire and threaten each other with H-bombs. As I say, if you ask almost all Americans now, well, what difference does that make? They won't really know. And the difference is this. Could I just say? The difference is that every H-bomb is a bomb that requires an A-bomb, a Nagasaki-type bomb, as its trigger. We have some 10,000 such weapons of strategic strength. The Russians have over 10,000. Each of them, when you look at a picture of what happened in Nagasaki or Hiroshima, you're looking at what happened to a city when we dropped on it the trigger to a modern thermonuclear weapon. So it is worth keeping India and Pakistan from getting to that stage.
That triggers like a little
It's the detonating
baby
cap.
firecracker compared to a huge
That's right.
Roman candle.
And there are over 20,000 such thermonuclear weapons in the world today. We need to get rid of those, and we certainly don't need more of them.
By the way, it need not be a war. The bomb need not be dropped on even the testing itself. Now, these soldiers and sailors we're talking about, the Vietnam veterans they're called, so many we know have died of leukemia, of all related cancerous diseases, and we know the VA's approach to that, denial, of course. I met this one, John Smitherman, this very handsome guy in the picture, who was an elephant man. That is, he had his hands were elephant's hands.
We see what I give Hazel O'Leary full credit. She's a hero of mine, really, now, for the candor she's using now in admitting government culpability and responsibility for doing this atmospheric testing. But, it wasn't just the veterans who were close to the bomb who were threatened by that. We all were. People who were being breastfed in 1952 when we started atmospheric testing 40 years ago. It's been predicted some years ago that it would be about now that higher cancer rates would begin to show up for them because of the strontium-90 they were getting from their mother's milk. Now, they didn't learn that from their government. They learned it from doctors, the kind of doctors who eventually started the Physicians for Social Responsibility, and others who said, who asked people to send in their baby teeth. I know a friend of mine who works with me on this project. She's a professor of psychology at Harvard Medical School. She sent her 2 boys' teeth in, baby teeth, to be tested, and they came back with the word that they were filled with strontium-90. She left the country. She went down to a place near the equator where the winds were such they said the fallout wouldn't be as much, and she didn't come back till they stopped testing. But the point is, they were testing all of us.
So when people
they were experimenting
say like
on all
the
of us.
Australian doctor Helen Caldicott spoke out, she was ridiculed, and mocked, of course, and scorned. That's part of it too, isn't it? To make it light, make light of it, I suppose.
Well, it's part of it is when I say that there's a danger of a war between India and Pakistan, between, let's say, a civil war in the former Soviet Union, what Secretary Baker called a Yugoslavia with nukes.
Does Ukraine have?
Yes, Ukraine now has nuclear weapons. They have tentatively agreed to give their nuclear weapons to Russia, but whether that'll be carried out is a real question. And people think of that, well, that's a war over there. The radioactivity from such a war would affect us all, but the idea that those explosions will always stay over there entirely is just naive. Eventually there will be terrorist weapons and retaliatory weapons on our own cities. So if we don't get this plague under control.
Now, how do we get this plague under control? In the recent speech of President Clinton, the contrary is the case. He spoke not of reducing the military, but by God we'll not, under any circumstances, be, whatever the phrase may be, second to anyone else. Wasn't the question, so there isn't a move here. There's talk, is there not, of nuclear agreements. Would you mind expanding on that?
Well, next year, the 161 nations that have signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty will be getting together in March and April in New York to decide whether to extend the treaty, which comes up for renewal at that time, or to end it, or to amend it in some way. And the prospect that they will extend it if the nuclear states, led by us, continue to ignore the promises we made when they make that treaty, that chance is not very great. When I said the promises we were making in the negotiating that treaty, we promised to end nuclear testing, we promised to end the arms race, and we promised to reverse the arms race, essentially to work toward the elimination of nuclear weapons. We're not doing that yet. And I want to give President Clinton credit for extending the moratorium on testing that all the nuclear states have now observed, except China so far. But it's still a tentative thing. It's still, in his administration, doesn't have a top priority to get that test ban signed, although without it, the chance that they'll extend that treaty is really very small.
We're talking about testing, aren't we now?
That's just testing. That's only one part of the problem, of course.
Right.
Another part is, take this article by Richard Rhodes in Rolling Stone this week. He talks about the nuclear states having decisively turned away from their reliance on nuclear weapons toward what he calls minimum deterrence, just enough weapons to deter from nuclear attack. Now, at another point in the article, he says very plausibly that to deter someone from attacking you with nuclear weapons takes one weapon. That should do it, basically. I've heard other people say 10. Herb York, who was the first director of Livermore Labs, one of our top nuclear scientists in the country, said that the number of weapons you need to deter a nation that can be deterred, that's rational enough to be deterred, is on the order of 1 to 10 to 100, and closer to 1 than 100. That's a pretty good calculation. If you ask, for instance, how many weapons would Saddam Hussein have had to deter us from attacking him with nuclear weapons? Would it take thousands? No, people say 1, 10, something like that. The most that either Clinton or before him Bush have promised or even projected going down is to 5,000 weapons each. Now that's not minimum deterrence exactly. That's 10,000 weapons left in the world. And in effect, we're telling these other countries in the world, the other 150-odd countries, you don't need any weapons. We need thousands. I don't think that's very persuasive. You can't test, we can. You can't make threats, we can, as we did in the Gulf War. What I'm trying to do with this project is to convince people in our government, in Congress, and in the public, to press on them, that there's really little hope of getting other countries to forego these weapons if we, the nuclear states, continue to rely on them to the degree we are, or really at all. And the emphasis I've put in is in how close we can come to eliminating them, really very quickly if we wanted to, in the next few years. I've kind of shied away from the longer-term question of can they be eliminated altogether, because that's a very controversial question. It's a very difficult question. Can we ever get all? But more and more, as I've worked on this, I've come to see that I can't shy away from that question. Ultimately, you can't tell these other states, you can never have these weapons. We're going to keep ours forever. We've really got to face the question of whether we are safer with these weapons and everybody else having them, or with nobody having them.
So there is a
And I think it has to be the latter. I think we have to move toward the elimination, the banning of these weapons, which will not happen quickly.
So there is a double standard here then. And so how are the other, you see, the nuclear nations and us, the other acknowledged nuclear nations, 6 more, is that it, 5 or 6? Do they have a similar view of the United States?
Gorbachev was leading the way on this, by all accounts. The world lost, it was a great loss in this issue when we lost as head of a superpower, and what was then the Soviet Union, a major superpower, a man who really did have a different view of what the world needed, and was moving toward the elimination of nuclear weapons. Nobody else has replaced him, but actually Yeltsin and the people right around Yeltsin would be our best allies on this issue. The British and the French are dragging their heels on the issue. The Chinese who have done the least testing, they've only done 38, and they have the fewest weapons, are still testing. They're not being very helpful. But they probably would follow our lead.
So it's U.S. really that sets the
It depends
pattern.
on us.
But
it
you're
always
referring
has
to
been.
this double standard, though. That's the thing that...
Well, it really is the idea that, for instance, we haven't so much as asked Russia for reciprocal inspection that will assure us that those weapons are not getting out of their hands. And the reason we haven't done that is that we don't want anybody inspecting ours. Our dismantlement, we say we're a superpower still. We don't want people poking around our area.
I want to pick up with Daniel Ellsberg, and now we come to the question of you today speaking on this matter in contrast to 20 years ago, 14, 15 years ago, and the reaction of people you speak to in the country on that very point, and what you see happening. You heard of Carol Gallagher's book, haven't you? American Ground Zero.
Yes.
And they are people of the Mormon country who, of all those who have been horrendously damaged tragedies, who are now aware. So the big question is, must we suffer fatal consequences, either our family or those around us? Daniel Ellsberg today. The year is 1994 we're talking about. And you first were talking about this after the expose thanks to the Pentagon Papers and a secret war, which the American people and democracy knew nothing. And of course that opened the box. And that was
71 they came out.
71. And since then, for the past 23 years, you've been talking to our country, and people ask reactions to them. But before that, I'm haunted by the idea of your father being influenced by you and his remembrance and his quitting.
Well, he ended
Good
up
job at the
influencing me in a way that has taken a number of years really to penetrate altogether. Though I knew when I heard it that this was something I would be thinking about for the rest. We had a conversation in 1985, a few years after the interview with you that we just quoted. And it turned out that it was the week before he died. He died a week. This was the last conversation I had with him.
In 96.
In 85. He was 96
He was
years
96.
old. 96 years old. And what I'd been saying about nuclear war for many years, and he'd heard me talk about it, had somehow just gotten through to him because he had read in his engineering Tau Beta Pi journal an article that impressed him more than what he'd heard from me. What he learned from the engineers was very impressive. It was an article about nuclear winter and the possibility that if all these weapons had gone off, or even a small fraction really of them as now exist went off, that it could end life on Earth. That, by the way, is true not only with the 5,000 weapons each that we'll have if we obey our present agreements, 10,000 in all. A small fraction of that could cause nuclear winter. That's still true, which is, changing the atmosphere, the temperature of the Earth in such a way as to cause famine and freeze the ice and to cause mass destruction. And he was saying, we have had no right to build up this capability, for this kind of capability to exist, to cause nuclear winter. And remember, leaving 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 weapons in the hands of one side or the other is to leave a single man with the capability possibly of ending life on Earth, a capability that no one should have, as Herb York has pointed out. So I was saying to him, he said, we've got to get rid of these weapons. And I said, well, Dad, what about deterrence? And isn't there a need? As I felt really up till very recently, I felt you can't get rid of them altogether because there's the danger. You have to deter. You have to be able to retaliate and so forth. And he made a point, which is a very unusual one. He said, there's a danger in keeping those weapons too. Because when we keep those weapons, we say to the world and to ourselves that we're ready to use them, meaning that we're ready to risk ending all life on Earth, and at the worst, at the least, we're ready to kill, to massacre millions and hundreds of millions of people. That's what we're saying to the world. And he said, that's a lesson. We're teaching people. We're educating them. We are telling them that that's all right and that we're that sort of person, and we're convincing ourselves of that. And he said, that's dangerous. It's dangerous for us to be telling the world and to be telling ourselves that it is all right to think of launching these weapons. He said it shouldn't be all right. We should be saying the opposite. It's impossible. And it really hit me that what he was saying is not quite obvious, that there isn't just a danger in not having the weapons if somebody else has them. There's also a danger in having them even if you haven't yet pulled the button, even if you haven't pressed the button. And that's what I really thought just quite lately, to come back to a question we started with, what are the implications of the end of the Cold War? It's no longer possible to say that, as convincingly as before, that we are compelled to maintain this threat, this willingness to conduct mass murder. It's as dangerous to say that as it was before. We're telling the Indians and the Pakistanis and the Iraqis and the Syrians that they have that right as well. And if they all have their fingers on buttons the way we've had so long, the chance that some of those will be pushed eventually is really very high.
Thinking the unthinkable leads to the unthinkable.
And something that has been unthinkable until now, which is the elimination of nuclear weapons, we had better start really thinking about it and make it thinkable, which will not happen fast. It will not be easy, but we've got to start thinking of how it is and working toward how it is that all together in the world we managed to get rid of these weapons.
Dan Ellsberg, see, your fervor is unflagging all these years. And the big question asked now is reactions. You were there, arrested at Rocky Flats, protesting the nuclear facilities there. Right. You've been here, there, always in some difficulty, but trying to awaken the country to the dangers of nuclear testing, radiation, all that goes along with it. And something happens to our psyches as well, of course. Now, what's been the reaction lately? What have you heard? What have you heard lately?
Well, of course, a very widespread reaction is that the problem has just disappeared, that I'm talking about something that is over, that's not a problem. That's what Richard Rhodes is mistakenly telling us just now.
I should point out that Rhodes is a highly respected
he wrote a very good book on the making of the atomic bomb.
Excellent book that won the Pulitzer Prize called The Making of the Atom Bomb. So if even Rhodes says this, you've got a problem.
Yeah, it's true that we do have a problem. And it is true that the problem is not this imminent, overwhelming nature that it was when we were each had our forces on full alert and we're ready to go at any time and ready to blow up the world. But to say that that problem is receded is simply not to say that there's no problem. It's true that global warming, pollution, arms sales, wars all over the world, hunger, all these are very serious problems that are really quite comparable to the one I'm talking about. I'm not saying this is more important than that, but it is an important problem. It's essential to do more about it. And I have to say, we haven't talked much about this administration, but I have learned disconcertingly in the last year, this administration, unlike Bush, I would say, will respond to our pressure, but it still needs that pressure. We would be testing nuclear weapons right now, and we would have led Britain, France, Russia, and China all to be doing it, closely followed by India and Pakistan, if the administration had been left to its own devices. It's filled with Bush holdovers. It's filled with people who have not changed their thinking. And it was only because a number of editorial writers around the country responded to people in their areas. It was only because Congress people around the country told the White House, you cannot restart testing. That's crazy. It's foolish. That Clinton himself overruled his own advisors and decided to maintain that moratorium. So that was a good show that democracy is still has its potential here. It's still at work. It's still our best hope for changing the world. But it very much needs us to realize that the problem is still with us.
When you say us, you're talking about grassroots groups, aren't you? Talking about people. By the way, there is this group called the Manhattan Project 2, which you're a key part. That's a good number of the scientists and others who've been active in this matter for years. There are the physicians for social responsibility.
Yeah, we work with physicians for social responsibility.
And so there are these groups. Do you feel, when you talk publicly or elsewhere, whether it be in a community center or a lecture hall or a church on radio, what's the reaction of the audience? Well, those who come there are a certain kind of people, isn't it?
See, as I mentioned
before, are they the converted?
Even those who come have forgotten, if they ever knew, little facts like the fact, as I say, that the H-bombs which lie ahead for countries like India and Pakistan are 1,000 times more powerful than the bombs they now have, and that it really is worth trying to prevent that. But it's disconcerting for them to hear that they still need to work. On the other hand, a lot of them are people who've been working on this issue, like yourself and others, for 30 and 40 years. And they would like to think it's over, but if it isn't, they're prepared to keep at it. You ask me why I'm still at it. Well, I'm at it because they're at it. They and the government in the various nuclear states are still making the bombs. But I'm also because people like these are still at it with me.
Well, a big question comes up, and that's generations young. Now, when you first doing it, and there were the 60s, shortly after the 60s, that decade of student speaking out, student protests. There was the Vietnam War, of course, and civil rights battles. Do you find now a big question, the young?
These are people, by the way, of course, who've lived all their lives under the shadow of the bomb, unlike you and me. We remember a world where there weren't any bombs. And that world had a lot of problems, but it didn't happen to have this one. It's hard for them to imagine a world in which there are no nuclear weapons, but that's exactly what we must imagine if we're to work to bring it about.
You've just hit something. It's almost the key. That generation we're talking about, that young generation, was born was born after August 9th, 1945, August 6th and 9th, 2 August days.
So they were born
So,
after the
they
Vietnam
were born
War.
after that, and so they knew no other world, so it is accepted as a matter of course, perhaps, way, way back in their minds, that the world will be blown up before they reach the majority.
On the other hand,
before
they
their hair turns
they haven't
gray.
lived as long as so many of us. They haven't lived with the thought that it's all right to threaten to kill not thousands, but hundreds of thousands, millions of people at a crack. A lot of us our age and a little younger have lived too long and gotten a little too blasé about the notion that humans are poised to do this. And I do count on the fact that young people are, let's say, close enough to what they learned in childhood and the notions of right and wrong that they learned before they became very sophisticated politically, to realize that there's something bizarre and weird and totally unacceptable about the idea of threatening to do mass murder.
You know, Robert J. Lifton used the phrase psychic numbing.
Yeah, well, the young are less numb. That's still true. The young are always less numb than us, people of our age. And that's what we have to count on. I think we still can count on it.
Daniel Ellsberg, again, for those who may be listening who are young, who don't know the work he did, from the first day on when he let the New York Times guys have the Pentagon Papers, you opened up the box, and it was a good opening too. Now, for that at that time, that was an exciting moment, wasn't it? At that time,
yeah.
the very moment. Now the question: what's happened since then? We're talking about 20.
Well, as the revelations we have on our subject here of the nuclear experiments that were withheld so long, government secrecy has not ceased. Government lying has not ceased. What is being exposed now is the fact that we've been lied to about these experiments year after year after year for 40 years in some cases. Even at the time I revealed the Pentagon Papers, I had this feeling. I felt that the 7,000 pages of top secrets that I was putting out, the 43 volumes of the Pentagon Papers, which were a history of our decision-making, revealed a pattern of secrecy that had led to the lying to death of over 50,000 Americans and a couple of million Vietnamese. But I always felt that the secrecy around our nuclear plans and our preparations and our threats threatened even more, threatened the survival of humanity. And I think really what Hazel O'Leary is doing now in being frank and open with the American public, a kind of glasnost, as Gorbachev called it in Russia, and opening up.
What do you call it?
Glasnost, remember?
Glasnost, yeah,
openness. We're finally getting a little of it over here.
Yeah.
And I think that's very much to the good, and I would like to see us learn at last, for example, how untrue is so much of the history that we've been told that led us to accept this nuclear arms race as long as we have. For example, there's a very common notion. In fact, we've talked about this Rhodes article. The theme of his article is that these weapons are unusable. I wish that our leaders thought that, but the truth is they've used them a dozen times and more since Nagasaki. They use them the way you use a gun when you point it at somebody's head in a confrontation. Whether you pull the trigger or not, you're using it, and if the other person backs down without your pulling the trigger, that's the best use of the gun. We've set the example of using our nuclear guns that way probably a couple of dozen times in Indochina, Korea, and elsewhere. The American people don't know that. I would like some counterpart of Hazel O'Leary in the government to open the files on those and show the lessons we've been teaching Pakistan and Iraq and Iran, who've had that gun pointed at them. They know about it. We're the ones who don't know about it. That's the incentive for those other countries to get the weapons. The fact that, like the U.S., they can pull it out of the holster and point it. They'll tell themselves they don't want to pull the trigger. They just want the other person to back down. But with a lot of that gun pointing going on, as we've done so often, the weapons are going to be.
I guess the game. I guess you call it the game of nuclear chicken.
Exactly,
isn't it?
It's high noon, sort of, and duels, except not, with enormous numbers of people at stake. So that's the kind of secret I'd like to come out. We don't have time to talk about it here, but I've just been reflecting on the fact that nearly everything Americans have been told about the circumstances of dropping the bomb at Hiroshima is false. the notions we've been given, that was thoroughly justified, that it was necessary, it was essential, and therefore it was legitimate to commit a virtually genocidal act there.
We know that Gal
Those assumptions
Alperovitz,
are false.
Gal Alperovitz, who worked for the State Department for Henry Stimson, said it was political rather than military decision. You recall the Soviets were entering the Pacific area of war.
Mm-hmm.
And so, weren't the Japanese, if I remember right, it's reviving old, weren't the negotiations going with the Swedish emissary?
No, through the Russians.
And a weekend?
Yeah. We knew from reading their diplomatic cables, their secret cables,
and it was a week or so to go.
That the emperor was prepared, was ready to quit. And the fact that, and that Truman knew this at the end, toward the end of the month, and that, in fact, the war would not have gone on. What the American people, even without the bomb, with the Russians coming in, with the readiness to offer the terms that the emperor could still say that we were ready to offer, we knew that they could have left the war without that. See, we can't settle this for the American people in a few minutes here because they've been told the opposite so long.
That's one of the big ones, because for years some of the best of our men and women are saying that were it not for the bomb, millions of Americans would have died in the invasion of Japan.
They feel grateful.
Whereas the fact is it would have been over within that
It would have been over, and that's not a conclusion reached 40 years later. That was the conclusion. That was the conclusion of the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey at the time.
This comes back to the matter of knowledge, isn't it?
How many Americans know that then General Eisenhower, who had been, of course, the supreme commander in Europe in the war that had just ended in May of 1945, how many Americans know that Eisenhower had passionately urged FDR, Franklin Roosevelt, earlier, I should say Truman, at that point, urged the president and his military assistant Leahy and so forth, not to drop that terrible weapon, that it was not necessary to end the war, that it should not be done.
I didn't know that.
All right, let me tell you a few others who opposed it. MacArthur, General LeMay. There was essentially no military leader who said that the bomb was necessary or should be dropped. It was purely a civilian decision at that point.
The same LeMay who said bomb the Vietnamese back to the Stone Age.
Exactly. He was one.
Do not drop it here.
He was killing Japanese in enormous numbers with napalm and other
this leads to
conventional weapons. And he said you don't need the atom bomb, which was true.
This is a way, it seems to me, for the moment, a hail and farewell, winding up our hour with Daniel Ellsberg, is the fact what you are doing is one of those essentials, of course, and that's passing the torch of information along, passing information, the knowledge we need, and that's what this is about. And so we come back to the testing and the nuclear weapon today, and so the battleground is really public opinion, public knowledge.
There was a recent poll, as a matter of fact, just a couple of weeks ago, that showed that a large majority of the American people favored not only having a comprehensive test ban and favored a no first use policy, some 67%, but favored the administration putting this on a fast track, assigning it a really high priority to get it over before the Non-Proliferation Treaty Renewal Conference starts next year. That simply won't happen unless Congress people hear it from their constituencies and in turn are urged by their constituents to go to the president and say, we want this.
Dan Ellsberg, as the phrase goes, keep on trucking on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hope I'll come back.